Chapter 16 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 16, A Treasure Room. "'Tis infamous," Cacama said, as he paced up and down the room. "But what is to be done? They hold him in their hands as a hostage in the heart of his own capital and among his own people, and are capable of hanging him from the walls should a hostile movement be made against them. You were right, Roger Hawkshaw, in warning us against these men. They are without faith and honor. Thus to seize a host who has loaded them with presents, who has emptied his treasuries to appease their greed, and who has treated them with the most extraordinary condescension. It is a crime unheard of, an act of base ingratitude, without a parallel. What is to be done?" Roger was silent. Such a situation, so strange and unlooked for, confounded him. "I should say," Cuitcatl burst out passionately, "that every Mexican should take up arms and annihilate this handful of invaders. What though Montezuma fall? Better that a monarch should perish than a nation. Besides, Montezuma has shown himself unfit to govern. It is his weakness that has brought things to this pass. Think you that the white men could ever have advanced beyond the plateau of Tlascala had all the forces of Mexico barred the way? Think you that they could ever have entered the capital had it been defended with resolution? One moment he flattered the strangers and loaded them with gifts. The next he was ready to send his forces against them. The Cholulans had good reason for believing that he designed the annihilation of the whites if he did not actually order the attack upon them. So on the seacoast, had the chiefs believed that Montezuma was really friendly to the whites, would they ever have attacked them? There are two courses open. He might from the first have received the Spaniards frankly and sent a mission to escort them honorably to the capital, or he might have called upon every man in his dominion to take up arms and drive them into the sea. He took neither. It is he who has brought them here, and it is better 1,000 times that he should die than that ruin should fall upon the country. My advice is that the troops be called out, that messengers be sent to every city in the valley, bidding them send in their contingent, and that we march to aid the people of Mexico to annihilate this handful of treacherous white men." Cacama was silent. The advice was in accordance with his own feelings and temperament, but the extreme reverence with which the Aztecs regarded their emperor paralyzed him. "We shall see," he said gloomily. "In a short time we shall know why Montezuma thus tamely submitted to be made a prisoner. He may have some motives which we cannot fathom. I cannot believe him to be a coward. No Aztec monarch yet has ever shown want of courage." 3 or 4 days later, another event occurred which heightened the fury of the Mexicans against the Spaniards. The cazique who had attacked the Spaniards on the coast arrived at Mexico, accompanied by his son and 15 other chiefs who had acted with them. Montezuma referred the matter to the examination of Cortez. The cazique admitted the part he had taken in the attack on the Spaniards, and did not seek to shelter himself under royal authority, until sentence of death was passed on him and the other chiefs, when they all declared that they had acted on the authority of Montezuma. They were condemned to be burnt alive in the space in front of the palace, and this sentence was carried out. Not content with this, Cortez placed irons upon Montezuma himself, saying there could now be no longer a doubt as to his guilt. After the execution was carried out, Montezuma was released from his fetters. The news of this insult to their monarch created a profound impression upon the Mexicans. Although they despised the weakness of a sovereign who appeared ready to suffer every indignity, and yet to claim an appearance of courtesy and goodwill towards his oppressors, the bolder spirits determined that the nation should be no longer humiliated in the person of its sovereign, and that even should it cost Montezuma his life, an effort should be made to overthrow his oppressors. As soon as the news of the execution of the 17 nobles and of the indignity to Montezuma was received, Cacama said to Roger, "My friend, I can no longer retain you here. You have told me why you cannot have it proclaimed that you are of different blood to the Spaniards, and I quite understand your motives. But there are 2 reasons why, in that case, you must, for a time, return to the capital. My people would look upon me with scorn did I retain here as my friend one whom they regard as the countryman of the men who have so outraged us. Moreover, you yourself cannot wish to stay. You have told me that Cortez has charged you to acquaint him with the state of feeling in the city, and were you to remain here, you would be placed in the painful position of either giving information which would ruin my plans, or of deceiving the man whom you nominally serve. I know that you would say nothing against me, but should I fail and the Spaniards triumph, Cortez would accuse you of being a traitor, and you would be put to death by him. Therefore, I think it in all ways best that you should return there for the present. You will, of course, inform Cortez that I have sent you back, because the feeling against the white men, on account of their treatment of the Emperor, is so great that I felt I could not protect you against their fury. I quite agree with you, Cacama. My position here has become a very painful one. I abhor, as much as you do, the doings of the Spaniards, and am perfectly ready to avow that I belong to another nation, and to join you in an enterprise against them. But that, as you have told me," Cacama said, "would cut off any chance of your ever being able to return to your own country." "I am ready to accept that," Roger said firmly. "In marrying your sister, I shall become one of yourselves, and am ready to cast in my lot with you altogether." The prince was silent for a minute or 2. "No, Roger, I think that my plan is the best. Were you to do as you say, the Spaniards would be at once placed on their guard; while, save by the strength of your arm, you could aid but little in any enterprise against them. Moreover, if you return to the Spaniards, I shall have the satisfaction that, if I fall and ruin comes upon my house, you will take care of my sister, and that my wife will also have a protector. For all reasons, therefore, it is better you should go. But if aught is to be attempted against the Spaniards, I will take care to give you notice, so that you can leave them in disguise and come here, and so avoid their fate." Although Roger's own feelings would have led him to throw in his lot openly against the Spaniards, he saw that Cacama's plan was the best. The boat was ordered to be at once got in readiness, and after a painful parting with Amenche, who wept bitterly, Roger left the palace, and again accompanied by Cuitcatl, in order to ensure his safety across the lake, was taken over to Mexico. He at once sought the presence of Cortez, and though Marina explained to him that Cacama had sent him back, fearing that in the excited state of the population harm might come to him, he had, since he had been in Tezcuco, sent a letter across each day to Cortez, saying that all was tranquil there, that the young king was pursuing his ordinary round of court ceremonial, and was certainly, as far as he could learn, taking no steps whatever towards interfering with the affairs of the capital, although the imprisonment of Montezuma had evidently made a painful impression upon him. Cortez asked him a few questions, and when he left the room, said to Marina, "That young fellow must be watched, Marina. He has been brought up with these people, and must to some extent feel with them. I know that he is a friend of yours, but see that you say nothing to him on public affairs. Let him be kept wholly in the dark as to our plans and intentions. This Cacama is, next to Montezuma, the most powerful and important of the Aztec chiefs. He is young and energetic, and although he has been so badly treated by Montezuma, he resents our treatment of him. Had it been otherwise, he would probably, ere this, have made some propositions to us, through Sancho, for a closer alliance with us, on the understanding that the territories Montezuma has taken from him shall be returned. We must have Cacama's actions closely watched. There are other Aztecs who are willing enough to act as our spies, and who will keep us informed of what is going on. Hitherto, their reports have agreed with Sancho's, but from his sending the young fellow back here, Cacama may now be intending to act against us. Cacama, indeed, lost no time in setting to work, and began to form a league with many of the leading nobles to rescue the emperor and destroy the Spaniards. Montezuma's brother, Cuitlahua, and many others agreed at once to join him. But the greater part of the Aztec nobles hung back, upon the ground that they did not like to move in the matter without the orders of their emperor. Their refusal prevented any general rising taking place, and thus destroyed the last chance of Mexico retaining its independence. Cortez learned from his spies what was going on, and would have marched against Tezcuco had not Montezuma dissuaded him, telling him that Cacama was a powerful prince, and would certainly be aided by many other chiefs, and that the enterprise would be hazardous in the extreme. Cortez then endeavored to negotiate, but received a haughty answer from Cacama. He then tried threats, asserting the supremacy of the Spanish emperor. Cacama replied that he acknowledged no such authority. He knew nothing of the Spanish sovereign or his people, nor did he wish to know anything of them. Cortez then invited Cacama to come to Mexico to discuss their differences, but Cacama had no faith in Spanish loyalty, and he replied that when he did visit the capital, it would be to rescue it, as well as the emperor himself and their common gods, from bondage. He should come, not with his hand upon his breast, but on his sword, to drive out the Spaniards who had brought such disgrace upon the country. While this had been going on, Montezuma had still further forfeited all claim to sympathy by the willingness with which he accepted the attentions of those who were, in fact, his jailers. They paid him all the outward marks of respect, pretending still to regard him as a powerful sovereign, and he, in return, was present at their exercises and sports, took the greatest interest in 2 ships they were building for navigation on the lake, and in all respects behaved to them as if they were his best friends. He now carried his baseness still further, and informed Cortez that several of the Tezcucan nobles were regularly in his pay, and that it would be easy, through them, to capture Cacama and thus break up the confederacy. Cortez at once took means to carry out the suggestion. The traders invited Cacama to a conference at a house overhanging the lake near Tezcuco. Upon going there, he was seized by them, bound, placed in a boat, and carried to Mexico. He was there brought before Montezuma. In spite of the perils of his position, Cacama bore himself nobly. He boldly accused his uncle of foul treachery, and with the cowardice which he had betrayed since the Spaniards had entered his kingdom. Montezuma handed him over to Cortez, who ordered him to be loaded with fetters and thrown into a dungeon. The emperor then issued an order declaring that Cacama had forfeited his sovereignty by his rebellion, and that he therefore deposed him, and appointed a younger brother named Cuitlahua in his place. The other leaders of the confederacy were all seized by the orders of Montezuma in their own cities, and brought in chains to the capital, where they were imprisoned with Cacama. Upon Roger, the news of Cacama's arrest and imprisonment came like a thunderclap. He was in the habit of frequently seeing Malinche, who still retained the warm feeling of friendship for him that had originated at Tabasco, and with whom he often had long talks of their life in those days. But she had let no word drop as to the doings of Cacama. She had questioned him somewhat closely as to his relations with that prince, and he had made no secret to her of the fact that Cacama had promised him his sister's hand in marriage. As many of the Spaniards had already married the daughters of great caziques, this appeared to her natural, and she had congratulated him upon the prospect of an alliance which would bring him wealth and land, but had said that, for the present, it would not do to think of marriage, as it would be unsafe for him to leave the capital. When, therefore, Roger heard of the misfortune that had befallen Cacama, he was filled alike with surprise and consternation, and, hurrying to Malinche, begged her to use her influence with Cortez to spare the young prince's life. "I have already done so," she said, "and he has promised that no blood shall be shed, though the chiefs who have leagued themselves with Cacama must all be imprisoned. The safety of the army requires it. No harm, however, shall befall Cacama, of that be assured. I may tell you now that it has been settled that his brother Cuicuitzca shall be appointed Lord of Tezcuco in his place. This will be done by a decree tomorrow. Malinche, I must go at whatever hazard to warn Cacama's wife and sister, in order to give them the opportunity of leaving the palace before this young prince arrives. Pray obtain for me leave from Cortez to go away for 24 hours. You can tell him of the interest I have in the matter." "I will manage it for you," Malinche said. "But as your princess is also sister to the new king, I see no reason for uneasiness." "She is devoted to Cacama," Roger replied, "and would not, I feel sure, consent to remain in the palace with the usurper." "You had best advise her," Malinche said, with a little nod of the head, "to disguise her sentiments, and make the best of the matter. It may make, you know, a good deal of difference in the amount of dowry you will get with her." "I am not greedy, Malinche," Roger said, "but the present is, at any rate, no time for talking of marriage." "Most of the officers have married," Malinche said. "They may have done so, but they are officers, and can maintain their wives in all honor and respect, and have apartments allotted to them here. I have neither rank nor station, and shall certainly not ask my princess to share my rough quarters as a soldier. There is no hurry. As I told you but a year ago, Malinche, I am scarcely out of my boyhood, and there will be plenty of time when matters settle down, and we see what is going to happen, to think of marrying. I will go and speak to Cortez at once, and get leave for you. But you had best disguise yourself well. Tezcuco will be in an uproar tonight, for the capture of Cacama will be known there ere many hours, if it is not known already." She soon returned with the required permission. This time Roger dressed himself in the attire of a trader, as being less likely to attract attention. Malinche again secured a boat for him, and having dyed his face and hands, he started at once, as it would be dark before he reached Tezcuco. Since Montezuma had been captive in their hands, there was no longer any fear of an attack being made upon the Spaniards, and the soldiers were now able to come and go through the town at pleasure. Upon landing, Roger at once made his way to the palace. There was great excitement in the town. The people were assembled in crowds, discussing the news that had reached them, and even at the palace gate the guards were careless of their duty, and Roger entered without question. He hurried direct to the royal apartments. An official who would have barred his way allowed him to pass at once, when he recognized his identity. When he entered, he found a scene of grief and confusion. The queen was extended upon a couch, weeping bitterly, while Amenche and some of her ladies, although themselves weeping, were trying to console her. The princess gave a cry of joy when she saw him, and, running forward, threw herself into his arms. "You have heard the news," she exclaimed. Cacama is lost. These monsters will put him to death." "I can reassure you as to that," Roger said. "He is a captive, but his life is not in danger. Malinche has interceded for him, and Cortez has promised that his life shall be spared." A cry of gladness burst from all present. "I have other and less pleasant news to give you, Amenche," Roger whispered in her ear. "Get rid of all these ladies. My news must be for you only." A minute or two later, the queen dismissed her ladies. "The news I have to tell you," Roger went on, "is that tomorrow Montezuma will issue a decree deposing Cacama and appointing Cuicuitzca Lord of Tezcuco." An exclamation of anger and indignation broke from the queen and Amenche. "He cannot do it," the latter exclaimed passionately. "It is beyond his power. The emperor has a voice in the council, but beyond that he has no power to make or unmake the lords of Tezcuco." "At the present moment," Roger said gravely, "he has got the Spanish power at his back, or rather, he is but the mouthpiece of the Spaniards. They are the masters, and care nothing for the law or usages of your country." "The Tezcucans will not receive Cuicuitzca," Amenche said. "Everyone knows that he is weak and cowardly, and of late he has been at Mexico, dancing attendance on the Spaniards. They will never receive him." The queen raised her head from the couch. "We must not build on that, Amenche. He comes, sent here by the whites, and when Mexico dares not rise against them, you may be sure that the people here will not dare to provoke their anger. Besides, who have they to lead them? Was not Cacama betrayed by his own nobles? Let us send for Cuitcatl and hear what he advises us." Cuitcatl, on his arrival, was so thunderstruck on hearing that Montezuma had so debased himself to the Spaniards as to depose his own nephew, whose only fault was patriotism, and who had been endeavoring to effect his rescue, that he was for a minute or two speechless with indignation. "The gods have indeed deserted us," he said, "when they have turned a monarch who was considered brave and honorable into a base slave. May their vengeance fall upon him. May the curse of our ruined country descend upon the man who is the real author of our misfortunes." "Do you think, Cuitcatl," Amenche asked, "that the people will receive this usurper?" "I fear, indeed, that they will do so," he replied. "Montezuma has appointed him, and Montezuma's name still has power. At any rate, it will afford them an excuse for submission. Besides, how could they fight when so many of their own nobles are treacherous? Doubtless Cacama will not be the only victim, and Montezuma will, at the orders of the Spaniards, disgrace all who have acted with him." "Then what would you advise us to do? We are both resolved that we will not wait the coming of this usurper." "My house is at your service," Cuitcatl said. "It lies, as you know, near the foot of the hills, and whatever strife may go on here, its quiet is little likely to be invaded. Cuicuitzca will not concern himself at present with you, nor would he venture to take any hostile steps against you, for did he do so, it would excite a storm of indignation. As to you, Princess, as his own sister, and of the royal blood, you could, if you liked, stay here, as at present, and indeed, were it not that I am sure you would not leave the queen, I should advise you to do so, for you might then act in the interests of Cacama, should you see an opportunity." Amenche shook her head. "No," she said, "brother though he is, I would not bend my head before a usurper, while Cacama lives. When do you think we had better leave here?" "I should say it were best to leave at once," Cuitcatl replied. "I will order 3 or 4 litters to be prepared for yourselves and, say, 2 of your most trusted attendants. Bathalda will find in the town men on whom he can rely to take you. In this way none here will know where you have gone. I will have the litters in readiness at a short distance from the palace, and you can then issue out by the garden gate unobserved. I shall, of course, myself escort you." "What shall we take with us, Cuitcatl?" "I will get, in addition to those who carry the litters, 5 or 6 porters. These I will bring up through the gardens to the private door, and Roger and I will carry down to them such parcels of your clothes as you may make up. I should then make up 2 large caskets, with your own jewels, those of Cacama, and some of the most valuable stones and jewels from the royal treasury, leaving all the royal ornaments worn on state occasions, so that the usurper will not know that any have been abstracted." "I would rather take nothing but my own and Cacama's personal jewels," the queen said. "The contents of the whole treasury are his, by rights, and you must remember, madame, that jewels may be very useful to you. You will have to work for Cacama, and unhappily there are many who are not insensible to bribes, and the possession of valuable jewels may enable you to be of great assistance to the king." "I did not think of that," the queen said. "Yes, you are right. There is a hoard stowed away by the late king, and by his father before him. Its existence is known only to my husband and myself. I have never seen it, but Cacama tells me that it is of immense value, and was to be used only in case of an extreme emergency and danger to the state. We can take what we choose from this separate hoard, and Cuicuitzca will find, from the list in the hands of the chief of the treasury, that the royal store is untouched." "That will be vastly better, indeed," Cuitcatl said. "It is well that he should have no possible cause of complaint against you. Where is this hidden receptacle?" "Before I show it to you, I will send all our attendants to bed, save the 2 we will take with us, my own maid and Amenche's." "I will be going. Roger Hawkshaw will help you," Cuitcatl said. "It will take some time for Bathalda to get the litters and the men." "It is now 10 o'clock. In 3 hours the litters shall be outside the little gate of the garden, and I will bring 6 porters to the private door at the foot of the stairs." "That will be enough," the queen said. 2 will be ample for our garments, and you and Roger Hawkshaw can take the jewels, which, when we start, can go in the litters with us." Cuitcatl left. The 2 ladies who were to accompany the party were then called in, and informed of what had taken place, and that they had been chosen to accompany the queen and princess in their flight. "Tell all the others," the queen said, "that we are overcome with the news we have received, and will dispense with all further attendance, except your own, for the night. When all is quiet, make up your jewels and such clothes as you may wish to bring in bundles. Then go to the wardrobe room and make up 2 bundles, each as much as a man can carry, of my garments, and 2 of the same size, of those of the princess. Take all our jewels out of the caskets, and put them in with our clothes." When the 2 waiting ladies had retired, the queen said to Roger, "Now come with me, and we will open the treasure closet." The palace was by this time hushed and quiet. The greater part of the courtiers had long since left, having hurried away to their homes when the news came of Cacama's arrest, and the remainder had gone to friends in the town or neighborhood, as it was thought probable that the Spaniards might at once send a force to take possession of the palace and arrest all found there. Taking some keys from a strong coffer in Cacama's room, and bidding Roger take a torch from the wall, the queen led the way to the royal treasury. A massive door was first unlocked, and in a large room were seen ranged vessels of gold and silver, strong boxes containing gold necklaces, armlets, and other ornaments, while on lower shelves were bars of gold and silver, ready to be worked up. They passed through this room into another the same size. Around it ran deep shelves in which were piled the treasury papers, with the accounts of the royal revenues and the tributes paid by the various cities and villages and landowners of the kingdom. In one corner stood a small cupboard of about 4 feet high, also filled with papers. The queen put her hand inside and touched a small spring at the back. "Now," she said to Roger, "pull at that corner of the cupboard." He obeyed her instructions, and at a vigorous pull the cupboard, which had appeared solidly embedded in the wall, swung round on one of its angles. Nothing, however, was to be seen save a bare wall behind it. "Now, Roger Hawkshaw, take your dagger and cut away that plaster, for it is but plaster, though it looks like stone." Roger obeyed. The task was an easy one, for the plaster was but half an inch thick, and came off in flakes, showing a massive copper door, 3 feet 6 in height, and 3 feet in width, behind it. No keyhole was visible. "Press upwards against the lintel," the Queen said. "That will release the catch of the door." Roger did so, and at the same moment pushed with his shoulder against the door, and it swung round with ease. "Do you enter first, with the torch, and we will follow," the Queen said. Roger found himself in a room about 12 feet square. At the farther end was a pile of gold bars, 4 feet deep and as much high, extending right across the room. On the floor, along the other 2 sides, were ranged a number of large chests. "Open these," the Queen said. "The gold is of no use to us." The chests were full of manufactured gold ornaments, many of them studded with jewels. Roger was astounded at the amount of wealth thus stored away. "Cacama told me," the Queen said, "that even the treasure houses of Montezuma are poor, in comparison to the treasure his grandfather and father stowed away here, and I can well believe it. You have not opened that small chest yet." This was opened, and was found to contain a number of bags, which were full of pearls, turquoise, and other precious stones of large size and immense value. "We will take this chest away, as it stands," the Queen said. "It would be awkward to carry," Roger objected. "It is very heavy, and its shape would tell at once that it contained valuables. The contents do not weigh many pounds, and could easily be wrapped up in a cloth and put into one of the litters, without exciting observation. If you will allow me, I will go back to one of the sleeping rooms and fetch 2 or 3 thick rugs." He hurried away, and in a few minutes returned. The bags were transferred from the chest to one of the rugs he had brought, which was then wrapped round and tied into a bundle. On 2 other rugs were placed heaps of necklaces and other ornaments from the larger chests, until each contained, as nearly as Roger could guess by lifting them, some 60 pounds weight of gold ornaments. These were similarly tied up, and the 3 bundles were then carried out from the hidden room and conveyed to the apartment they had before left. Roger then went back to the treasury, closed the copper door, swept up and placed in a rug every particle of plaster, and then swung the cabinet back into its position, where it fastened with a loud click. So firmly was it fixed that, although Roger tried with his whole strength, it did not shake in the slightest. And the work was so admirably done that, from the closest inspection, he was unable to discern aught that would have shown that the cabinet was not built into the wall. He then returned to where the ladies were waiting him. The Queen urged him to take 2 or 3 of the bags of jewels, but this he absolutely refused to do. "I am acting as Cacama's friend," he said, "and as the promised husband of his sister, and I should feel myself degraded, indeed, were I to receive even one of those jewels." "But there is no saying when we shall meet again," the Queen said. "There is no knowing what terrible events may occur." "Whatever occurs, lady, I shall see you again, if I live," Roger said. "If not, of what use are the jewels to me?" At the appointed hour, Cuitcatl returned. "All is in readiness," he said. The 2 attendants were summoned from the apartments where they had been waiting. Roger and his friend first carried down the bundles of clothing, and then took up the rugs containing the heavy gold ornaments, Roger taking, in addition, the small parcel with the jewels. The attendants then took up their own bundles, and the whole party proceeded downstairs and out into the garden. Cuitcatl led the way with the Queen. Roger followed with Amenche. The 2 ladies with the porters came behind. "How strange," Roger said. "Last time I came at night through this garden I was a fugitive, and you came down to bid me farewell. Now it is you who have to fly." "When shall we meet again?" the girl sobbed. "I cannot tell you, dear, but if I live we will meet again. Things may right themselves yet, and at least, whatever happens to this unfortunate country, we may be happy together. I have a good friend in Malinche, and if the Spaniards conquer, Cortez will certainly give me leave to marry you. It is his policy to marry his soldiers to the daughters of Mexicans. If Cortez fails, and the Spaniards are finally driven out, Cacama will recover his own again, and can then proclaim that I am not of Spanish birth, and can give you to me. So you see that, whatever comes, there is hope that things will go happily with us." "I am afraid, Roger. I fear there is to be no happiness in this unfortunate country." "Then we must leave it together," Roger said cheerfully. "You are naturally depressed now, and see things in their darkest light. But you will grow more hopeful again, when you are once established in Cuitcatl's home. Arrange with him for Bathalda to act as messenger between us. He is faithful and brave, and will manage to reach me, whatever comes of it." A few minutes later they were beyond the gardens. The 4 litters stood ready. The queen and princess and the 2 ladies took their seats in them, and the 3 bundles of valuables were also placed inside. "I shall love you until death," Amenche sobbed out. And then the procession moved away, leaving Roger standing by himself. Skirting the outside wall of the garden, he made his way to the shore of the lake. He found the boatmen asleep in their canoe. As soon as he aroused them, they seized their paddles and, on his taking his seat, pushed off. "There is no occasion for speed," he said. "It is but 2 o'clock now, and it is of no use our reaching Mexico until daybreak, for the gates of the palace will be closed, and there will be no getting in, dressed as I am, until sunrise." They therefore paddled quietly across the lake, often resting for a considerable time, and so arranging that they approached the city at the same time as a number of market boats from the villages on the lake. "Well," Malinche asked with a smile, as he met her in one of the courts as he entered, "and where is your lady love?" "I have not brought her here," he said, rather indignantly. "You did not suppose that I was going to bring her back to a barrack room. I am not an officer, to have a suite of apartments to myself. Besides, if I could have had the whole palace to myself, I should not have asked her to forsake her sister-in-law in her distress. The 2 have fled together, and when the usurper arrives there today, he will find that no one knows where they have gone. However, I hope he will not trouble himself about them. After having taken Cacama's place, he could hardly wish to have Cacama's wife there, and I think he will be very glad when he hears that she has left." "Can I see Cacama? I should like to tell him that his wife is in safety." "I will take you with me," Malinche said. "I saw him yesterday, when he was brought before Montezuma. He is a gallant prince, and I grieve that misfortune has befallen him." Malinche led the way to the prison room where Cacama was confined. The sentries at the door passed her and her companion without hesitation, for they knew that her influence was supreme with Cortez, and that orders did not apply to her. "I will come again for you in half an hour," she said, as the sentry unbolted the door. Cacama was lying on a couch, covered with rough mats. He sat up as the door opened, and leaped to his feet with an exclamation of satisfaction when he saw who his visitor was. "I have been longing to see you, Roger," he said. "I knew that you would come to me as soon as you could. Have you heard that Montezuma has deposed me, and appointed Cuitzca Lord of Tezcuco?" "I heard it yesterday afternoon, Cacama, and crossed at nightfall to Tezcuco with the news." "You saw my wife?" Cacama asked eagerly. "How is she? How does she bear the blow?" "She was lost in grief when I first arrived there, but the necessity for action aroused her. She and Amenche agreed that they would not await the coming of the usurper today. They left the palace secretly, under the charge of Cuitcatl, who had litters in readiness for them, and started for his house, which he placed at their disposal. None save 2 attendants, whom they took with them, knew that they had left, and should the usurper seek for them, which Cuitcatl agreed with me is not likely to be the case, as he will have enough to occupy his time and thoughts, it will be long before he can find whither they have gone. I must tell you, Prince, that the Queen last night opened the secret treasury and took with her a considerable amount of the gold ornaments and the precious stones, so that she should have the means, if opportunity occur, of offering bribes either to the nobles of Tezcuco or to your guards here." "I would I were free but for an hour," Cacama said passionately. "I would make an example of the treacherous nobles who betrayed us. The Queen has done well in going to the secret chamber. It was to be kept for an emergency, and never was there a greater emergency for Tezcuco than now. Still, there were a large number of jewels in the public treasury, which she might have taken without breaking in upon the hoard. She thought that Cuicuitzca would, on his arrival, inquire from the chief of the treasury if everything was untouched. If he had found that a large number of valuables had been taken, he would connect it with the flight, and would at once send in all directions to overtake them. Whereas, if he found that everything were untouched, he would think no more of her." "Quite right," Cacama agreed. "Yes, it was certainly better to open the secret chamber. It was closed up again, I hope, for I would not that all the treasure which my father and grandfather stored away should be wasted by Cuicuitzca, or fall into the hands of his greedy friends, the Spaniards." Roger informed him of the steps that had been taken, and that, with the exception of the fact that the plaster had been removed, all was exactly as before, and that the entrance could never be discovered unless the cupboard was torn from its place. "There is little fear of that being done. All the shelves and fittings of the treasury are of the plainest wood, and offer no inducement to anyone to take the trouble to break them down. The treasury might be sacked a dozen times without its occurring to anyone to break down that small cupboard in the corner." Roger now told Cacama of the arrangement that had been made, that Bathalda should act as messenger between himself and Amenche, and said he doubted not that, on the following day, the man would present himself. "Have you any message to send to the Queen?" he asked. "Tell her that I am well, and that I am delighted to hear she has left the palace before Cuicuitzca arrives. Bid her on no account to try to stir up the false nobles in my favor. They would only betray her to Montezuma. And so long as the Spaniards are masters here, it is useless to think of revolt elsewhere. I do not believe that this will last long. The Mexicans are patient and submissive, but there is a limit, and Montezuma has almost reached it. The time cannot be far off when the people will no longer endure the present state of things here, and when they rise, they will overwhelm these Spanish tyrants, and then I shall be freed. I can wait for a few weeks, and I shall doubtless have companions here ere long." The door now opened, and Malinche, looking in, told Roger that he must leave, as she was required by Cortez. Saying goodbye to Cacama, therefore, he returned to his quarters. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 17. The Insurrection. Cacama's prognostication was speedily verified, for in the course of the next 2 or 3 days, all the nobles who had joined him in preparations for a rising were, by Montezuma's orders, arrested and sent in chains, and were placed with him in prison. Bathalda came on the day after Roger's return, with the news that the two ladies had reached Cuitcatl's house in safety and, as they believed, without exciting observation. The Queen was anxious to know if he had seen Cacama, and whether her husband had any instructions for her. Amenche simply sent him some flowers gathered by her own hand. Roger gave Bathalda Cacama's message to the Queen. While out in the market, he purchased a large packet of choice and delicate sweetmeats, of which he knew Amenche was particularly fond, and gave them to Bathalda, with the message that he would some day teach her to read and write, and then, when they were away from each other, they could talk at a distance. For some little time things went on quietly, but the Spanish greed and bigotry gradually worked the Mexicans up to a point of fury. At the suggestion of Cortez, Montezuma sent collectors to all the principal cities and provinces, accompanied by Spaniards, and these brought back immense quantities of gold and silver plate and other valuables, and to these Montezuma added an enormous treasure that had been accumulated and hidden by his father, amounting to a sum which astounded even the Spaniards. The value of the gold alone was equal to nearly £1.5 million sterling in the present day, besides a vast amount of gold ornaments and jewelry, and featherwork of excellent manufacture. A fifth of this was set aside for the King of Spain, the rest divided among the officers and soldiers. Even the extortion of this vast sum from the people might have been passed over in quiet, had the Spaniards been content to abstain from interference with their religion. But during the weeks that had elapsed since Montezuma had been a prisoner in their hands, they had vainly endeavored to convert the emperor, and the nobles and attendants on him, to Christianity. They had listened attentively to the preaching and exhortations of Father Olmedo, but their faith in their own gods was unshaken. The bloody sacrifices were carried on as usual in the temples, and these horrible spectacles naturally excited the wrath and indignation of the Spaniards to the utmost, although they themselves had, in Cuba and the islands, put to death great numbers of the natives in pursuance of their own religious views. Cortez, with many of his leaders, went to the emperor and told him they would no longer consent to have the services of their religion conducted in the palace, but wished to celebrate them publicly, and therefore requested that the great temple should be handed over to them for their services. Montezuma was much agitated. He was a devout believer in his gods, and his conduct toward the Spaniards had been, in no slight degree, influenced by the belief that their coming had been foretold by Quetzalcoatl, and that they were the descendants of that god. However, after a conference with the priests, he consented that they should occupy one of the sanctuaries on the summit of the temple. Great joy was caused among the Spaniards at this permission. They at once took possession of the sanctuary and thoroughly cleansed it. They then decorated its walls with flowers, and raised an altar, surmounted by a crucifix and an image of the Virgin. When all was ready, the whole army moved up the winding ascent to the summit, and a solemn mass was celebrated. The result of this occupation of the temple of their god was soon visible in the conduct of the Mexicans. Montezuma himself became grave and distant towards the Spaniards, and a few days later sent for Cortez and informed them that they were in great danger, and that they had best leave the country at once. Cortez replied that he should regret to leave the capital so suddenly, when he had no ship to take him from the country, but that if he should be driven to take such a step, he should feel compelled to carry the emperor along with him. Montezuma then agreed to send at once a number of workmen to the coast to build vessels under the instructions of the Spaniards, and promised to use his authority to restrain his people, assuring them that the Spaniards would leave as soon as means were provided. A large number of artisans were accordingly sent off at once, with some of the Spaniards most skilled in shipbuilding, and on their arrival at the coast they began to fell trees and to make all preparations for building the vessels. In the meantime, at Mexico, every precaution was taken by the Spaniards. Since Montezuma had been in their hands, they had felt in perfect security, had wandered about the city and neighboring country as they chose, fished upon the lake, and hunted in the royal preserves. Now the utmost vigilance was observed. Strong guards were mounted. The soldiers slept in their armor with their arms beside them, and were no longer permitted to leave the palace. At this moment, news arrived that filled the mind even of Cortez with consternation. The expedition that he felt sure Velasquez, the governor of Cuba, would dispatch against him, had arrived on the coast and had landed. It consisted of 18 vessels, carrying 900 men, of whom 80 were cavalry. So large a fleet had never before been collected in the Indies. It was commanded by a Castilian noble named Panfilo de Narvaez. Until they arrived at the coast, they had learned very little of what was happening in Mexico, as the vessels which Cortez had dispatched had avoided touching at the islands. They now learned from the Spaniards left on the coast all that had taken place, and Narvaez found with indignation that Cortez was the conqueror of a great empire, and that the honor and wealth had been reaped by a man whom he considered as an insolent adventurer, instead of by Velasquez. He therefore at once proclaimed his intention to march against Cortez and to punish him for his rebellion. And the natives who had flocked to his camp soon comprehended that the new army had arrived as enemies and not as friends of the white men who had preceded them. A small body of the troops of Cortez, commanded by Sandoval, were in garrison at Villa Rica, and he at once dispatched a messenger with the news to Cortez, and prepared for a vigorous defense. A priest, a noble, and 4 Spaniards, who arrived from Narvaez, ordering him to surrender, were bound, placed on the backs of Indian porters, and sent off to Mexico under a strong guard. When the news of the arrival of the force of Narvaez reached Mexico, the soldiers were delighted, believing that means were now at their disposal for their return home. But when they heard from their officers that the newcomers were sent by the governor of Cuba, and had assuredly arrived as enemies, the troops declared that, come what might, they would remain true to their leader. On the arrival of the prisoners, Cortez received them with the greatest courtesy, apologized for the rough conduct of Sandoval, and, loading them with presents, converted them into allies. He learned from the priest that the soldiers of Narvaez had no hostility towards them, and that the arrogance of their leader caused much discontent among them. When he was sure of the good offices of the priest, Cortez sent him back with a friendly letter to Narvaez, whom he adjured to lay aside his hostile designs, which, if persisted in, might cause the loss of all the conquests he had made. He was ready, he said, to greet him as a brother, and to share with him the fruits of his successes. The priest fulfilled his mission, and added his own advice that the offers of Cortez should be accepted. Narvaez rejected the counsel with scorn, but the accounts of the priest of the splendor of the country, the rich spoils won by the soldiers, and also of the generosity and popularity of Cortez, exercised a great influence over the soldiers. The priest was followed by Father Olmedo with some more letters. These were similarly rejected by Narvaez, but Olmedo, during his stay at the camp, contrived largely to add to the feeling in favor of Cortez by his eloquence and the numerous presents he distributed among the officers and soldiers. Cortez had, some time before, dispatched Don Velasquez de Leon, one of his trusted officers, with 150 men to plant a colony near the mouth of one of the great rivers. He was a kinsman of the governor of Cuba, and Narvaez had, on landing, sent to him begging him to quit the service of Cortez and march with his troops to join him. Velasquez, instead of doing so, set out at once for Mexico, but on his way was met by a messenger from Cortez, who ordered him to stop at Cholula for further orders. Cortez summoned a force of 2,000 natives from the distant province of Chinantla, and leaving Pedro de Alvarado in command of 150 Spaniards in Mexico, marched with the remainder of his force, consisting of some 70 men only, for Cholula. Here he was joined by Velasquez with his 150 men. Thus reinforced, they marched to Tlascala, where 600 native troops joined him. But his allies soon fell off. They had had too severe an experience of the fighting powers of the white men to care about taking part in a battle with them, and so many deserted on the way that Cortez dismissed the rest, saying that he would rather part with them then than in the hour of trial. On reaching Perote, they were joined by Sandoval with 50 Spaniards, which brought their number up to 266, only 5 of whom were mounted. On their march towards Cempoala, where Narvaez had now established his headquarters, they were met by an embassy from him, requiring the acknowledgment by Cortez of his authority, offering at the same time that all who wished to leave should be transported in his vessels. By liberal presents, Cortez won over the members of the embassy, who returned to Cempoala to inform the soldiers there of the liberality of Cortez, and of the wonderful array of gold ornaments and chains worn by his soldiers. Narvaez advanced to meet Cortez, but, the weather proving bad, again fell back on Cempoala. Cortez, on the other hand, took advantage of the weather, and in the night fell upon the garrison and took them completely by surprise. Sandoval, with a small band, had been told off to attack the temple occupied by Narvaez and to take him prisoner. The general, with the troops in the temple, defended himself bravely until seriously wounded by one of the long spears with which Cortez had armed his men. The thatched roof of the temple was set on fire, the defenders were driven out by the smoke, and Narvaez was seized and made prisoner. Another division, under Olid, fell upon the guns, captured them, and turned them upon the temples in which the troops were quartered. When the soldiers, whose loyalty to their commander had already been sapped, accepted the offer of Cortez of an amnesty for the past and a full participation in the advantages of the conquest of the country. Having sworn allegiance to Cortez as Captain General, they were incorporated in his little army. In the morning, when they saw how small had been the body of men who had defeated them, many regretted the course they had taken. But in the course of the day, the 2,000 native allies from Chinantla arrived, and their military appearance, and the proof afforded by their presence of the influence of Cortez with the inhabitants of the country, put a stop to the murmuring, especially as Cortez ordered all the spoils taken from them to be returned, and distributed among them considerable sums of money, exciting, indeed, murmurs of discontent among his own veterans, who considered that they had been deprived of the spoil they had rightfully won. The eloquence of their general, however, as usual, was successful in pacifying them. But to prevent further difficulties, he broke up his force and sent off 200 men under Diego de Ordaz, and a similar number under Velasquez de Leon, to form settlements on the coasts and rivers, and 200 men to Veracruz to dismantle the fleet of Narvaez. Scarcely had these parties left when a messenger arrived with letters from Alvarado, saying that the Mexicans had risen and assaulted the Spaniards in their quarters, and had partly undermined the walls, and that in the fighting several of the garrison had been killed and a great number wounded. Cortez at once dispatched messengers after Velasquez and Ordaz, and ordered them to march to join him at Tlascala, recalled 100 men from Veracruz, and then set forward. The troops suffered much in their march across the low country to the foot of the hills beneath a sun of terrible power. However, they reached Tlascala and were there joined by Ordaz and Velasquez. They were most hospitably entertained by their allies, and a number of levies joined them. And with these and 1,100 Spaniards, of whom 100 were cavalry, they marched towards Mexico. They took a more northern route than before, and, crossing the mountains, held their way on to Tezcuco. Upon their route through the plains, the peasantry held aloof, and the greater portion of the population of Tezcuco withdrew before their arrival, and even its new lord, although appointed at the instigation of Cortez, was absent from the city. Dispatches arrived from Alvarado saying that the Mexicans had, for the last fortnight, ceased their attacks, but were blockading them in the palace. Cortez marched down the lake shore on the following day, and crossed the causeway to the city. Not a native was to be seen near the line of march, not a boat was visible on the lake, and an air of gloom and solitude hung over everything, showing but too plainly the altered feelings with which the natives regarded the whites. The streets were similarly deserted. When the head of the column reached the palace, the gates were thrown open, and the garrison rushed out to greet the newcomers with joyful shouts. Cortez now learned the reason of the rising of the Mexicans. It was the result of a hideous act of treachery on the part of Alvarado. In the month of May was the great festival of the war god, which was held in his great temple, and the caziques asked permission of Alvarado to use, for the day, the portion which had been handed over to the Spaniards. He agreed to the request on the condition that the Aztecs should celebrate no human sacrifices and should come unarmed. At least 600 nobles attended, in their most gorgeous robes, and Alvarado and his soldiers were present as spectators. While the Aztecs were employed in a religious dance, Alvarado gave the signal. His men rushed upon them with their arms, and every one of them was massacred unresistingly, not a single soul escaping. Various motives were assigned for this most foul massacre. Some writers have ascribed it solely to the desire for plunder, others to the desire of Alvarado to strike a blow that would intimidate the Mexicans from making any insurrectionary movement. Alvarado himself declared that he had information that the Mexicans intended to rise, but he gave no proofs whatever to justify his suspicions. The affair, indeed, seems to have been utterly indefensible, and must ever remain a foul blot upon Spanish honor. Cortez was extremely angry at hearing what had taken place, and after listening to Alvarado's explanation, said, "You have done badly. You have been false to your trust. Your conduct has been that of a madman." It was, however, no time for quarrels, and as it was the impolicy of the deed rather than its treachery that angered Cortez, he speedily forgave the offender, who was one of the most popular officers in his army. The blow Alvarado had struck had a contrary effect to that which he had expected of it. No sooner had the news of the massacre spread through the city than the whole population rose, and at dawn next morning they attacked the palace with desperate fury. Volumes of missiles were poured upon the defenders, the walls were assaulted, and the works set on fire, and the palace might have been taken had not Montezuma, yielding to the entreaties and perhaps threats of the garrison, mounted the walls and urged the people to desist from the attack, as his own safety would be imperiled did they continue it. They obeyed him as usual, and withdrew from the assault, but threw up work round the place and proceeded to starve the Spaniards out. The latter had considerable stores of food, but suffered severely from thirst until they were fortunate enough to discover a spring, and were thus enabled to hold out until the arrival of Cortez. The latter refused to comply with the request of Montezuma to see him. He had some reason to doubt the good faith of the emperor, for he had discovered that the latter had sent envoys to Narvaez, and he had, upon his arrival at Tlascala, been informed that the rising at Mexico had been, to a great extent, prepared beforehand by the orders of Montezuma, and even the assurances of the officers of the garrison that they owed their safety to the Emperor's intervention did not pacify him. The real reason, no doubt, of his anger was that he found he had overrated the advantages he would gain from Montezuma being in his hands. But for this he himself, and not the Emperor, was to blame. At first, the capture had all the success that he had expected from it. The people had obeyed their Emperor as implicitly, when a captive, as when his power had been supreme. They had sent in their nobles, prisoners and bound, at his orders. They had built ships for these strangers. They had suffered them to go unmolested through the country. But there was an end even to Aztec patience. The avarice of the white men had drained the country of its wealth. Their arrogance had humiliated their pride. Their occupation of their holiest temple, and the insults to their gods, had aroused them to fury, and the massacre, in cold blood, of 600 of their nobles, while engaged in religious devotions, had been the signal for an explosion. Their emperor, formerly so venerated, they now regarded with contempt, as the creature of the Spaniards, as the betrayer of his country, and the thought of his safety no longer restrained their thirst for vengeance. Cortez, however, was in no mood to reflect. "What have I to do with this dog of a king," he exclaimed, "who suffers us to starve before his eyes? Go, tell your master and his people," he said fiercely to the Mexicans, "to open the markets, or we will do it for them, at their cost." The chiefs, who were the bearers of Montezuma's message, left his presence in deep resentment, and reported to the Emperor and to the people outside the manner in which Montezuma's request for an interview had been refused. Cortez, however, thought it politic to release Cuitlahua, Montezuma's brother, who had been among those imprisoned for taking share in Cacama's league, and allowed him to go into the city, thinking that he would allay the tumult. But Cuitlahua was a man of different spirit from his brother. He was heir presumptive to the throne, and a bold and daring prince. The people welcomed him at once as Montezuma's representative, and chose him to represent the Emperor during his confinement. Cuitlahua accepted the post, and immediately set to work to organize the fighting men, and to arrange a plan of attack. Roger had not been with the party that accompanied Cortez on his expedition against Narvaez, but with his two companions remained to form part of the garrison of the palace. "You are out of spirits, young fellow," Juan said, on the day after Cortez had marched away. "You are changed very much since you first joined us." "I have much to make me so, Juan," Roger replied, in his broken Spanish. "You see, I am white by blood, but I have dear friends among the natives. What do I see? As a white, I perceive that our position here is one of the gravest danger, and that destruction may fall upon us all. As a friend of the natives, I see the country plundered, the people trodden down, and, sooner or later, the ruin and misery of the whole people." "You mean we are in danger from Narvaez people," Juan said. "I have faith in Cortez. He will either fight them or bring them over. He is a wonderful man, and will find some way out of the difficulty." "I do not mean that entirely," Roger replied. "I mean that there is danger from the natives." "Pooh!" the old soldier said, disdainfully. "The natives are no better than so many women." "But even women may be serious opponents when they are 50 to 1, Juan, and you mistake these Mexicans. They have been friendly and submissive, because it has been the order of the Emperor. But although physically not strong, they are brave. The Aztec army has spread the dominion of Mexico over a wide extent of country. They have conquered many peoples, and are by no means to be despised. It is true you beat the Tlascalans, but that was not because you were braver than they were, but because of your superior arms and armor, and above all by the terror inspired by your horses. But this will not last. The Mexicans now know that you are but men, like themselves, and when they fight, inspired both by national spirit and the memory of their wrongs, I tell you that you will have hard work to hold your own." "Ah, well," Juan grumbled, "if it must come, it must. It will not disturb my appetite." When Roger learned that orders had been given for the massacre at the temple, he determined firmly that he would take no part in the deed, whatever it might cost him to refuse. Fortunately, he found no difficulty in persuading one of the soldiers, told off to act as a guard at the palace during the absence of the rest, to change places with him, as the man wanted to have his share in the expected plunder. Had Cacama been at liberty, Roger would not have hesitated a moment, but would have left the Spaniards and thrown in his lot with the Mexicans. But now it was impossible to do so. The frenzied population would have seized any white man they came upon outside the walls of the palace, and would have carried him to the altars of their gods. It would be hopeless to endeavor to explain that he was of another race. All white men would be alike in their eyes. He bitterly regretted now that he had returned from Tezcuco. Had he, at that time, gone with the queen and princess to the house of his friend Cuitcatl, he could have remained there in quiet, and the natives would have seen that he, at least, had no part or share in this horrible massacre. Now it seemed to him that there was nothing to be done, save to share the lot of the Spaniards, whatever that might be. He believed that the Mexicans would storm the palace and slaughter all within it, long before the return of Cortez, and he by no means shared the confident anticipation of the soldiers that the general, on his arrival, would very speedily put down any insurrection that might occur, and would, with the assistance of the soldiers of Narvaez, soon bring all Mexico into subjection. It had happened that both Juan and Pedro had also been on guard during the massacre. This was a great satisfaction to him, for he felt he could no longer have remained in intimate communication with them had their hands been drenched with innocent blood. When, upon their being relieved at their posts, they joined each other in the chamber they shared in common, the old soldier held up his hand and said gruffly, "Do you hold your tongue, Sancho. I know what you are thinking, lad, as well as if you said it, and maybe I do not disagree with you, but least said, soonest mended. These rooms without doors are not places for a man to relieve his mind by strong language, if he happens to differ from his superiors. It is a bad business, and a shameful one. At Cholula there was some excuse for it. Here there is none. I am an old soldier, and have taken many a life in my time, but never in cold blood like this. Say nothing, lad, at any rate until you get a chance of being outside this city, or on the lake, where none can get near you. Then pour it out as much as you like." "It is like enough," Roger said, "that none of us will ever go out of the city alive, and it will serve us thoroughly right. If this is to be a Spaniard and a Catholic, let me be a Mexican and a heathen." There, that is enough," Juan interrupted. "Now let us have our supper." "I can eat nothing," Roger said, throwing himself down on the couch, where he remained in silence until a sudden outburst of wild shouts and cries, followed instantly by the trumpet calling every man to his allotted place on the walls, aroused him. "The work of vengeance has begun," he said gravely, as he put on his thick padded jerkin and helmet and took up his pike. "I only hope I may see Alvarado, the author of this massacre, killed before I am." Juan shook his head as Roger left the room, and he followed with Pedro. "In faith, I do not blame him. He has been brought up among these people." "He is quite right," the young soldier said. "It is a shameful business. Had I known that we were coming here to be butchers, I would never have taken service under Cortez. What should we have said if, On our first arrival here, when Montezuma entertained Cortez and all the cavaliers, his people had slain them at the feast." "Hold your tongue, you young fool," Juan muttered angrily. "The thing is done, and you cannot undo it. What we have to do now is to fight for our lives. Even if these poor devils have right on their side, it is not a matter to stop and discuss now. So keep your breath for fighting. I doubt not that we shall soon scatter them like chaff." But this was by no means the case, and it was only the intervention of Montezuma that saved the garrison from destruction. The time until the arrival of Cortez had passed slowly. The soldiers, weakened by hunger and thirst, muttered angrily against the officer who had so rashly brought them into this strait. Few of them regretted the deed for its own sake, but simply because it had brought on them peril and misfortune. Roger had borne his share of the fighting on the walls. He was defending his life, and although at first he had fought with little ardor, the pain given by 2 arrows which pierced his cotton armor heated his blood, and he afterwards fought as stoutly as the rest. During the period of inaction he had, more than once, tried to obtain an interview with Cacama, but the prisoners were jealously watched, and no one was allowed access to them on any pretext, and 2 officers always accompanied the men who took in their daily rations. They were regarded as hostages, only less important than Montezuma himself, and as most of them were very rich and powerful caziques, they might offer bribes, which might well shake the fidelity of any private soldier. When the news arrived that Cortez, with the whole of the army of Narvaez, was at hand, the depression that had reigned gave way to exultation, and the soldiers believed that they would now take the offensive, and without loss of time put an end to the insurrection. Marina had accompanied Cortez on his expedition, for she was still necessary to him as an interpreter, and her influence with the natives was great. Roger obtained an interview with her a few hours after her return. She had evidently been crying passionately. "My heart is broken, Roger," she said. "I had hoped that the white men would have done great things for my country. They know so much, and although I thought there might be trouble at first, for great changes can never be introduced without trouble, I never dreamed of anything like this. Cholula was bad enough, but there the people brought it on themselves, and the Spaniards would have been slain had they not first begun to kill. But here it is altogether different. It was an unprovoked massacre, and after this, who can hope that the whites and Mexicans can ever be friendly together? I love Cortez. He is great and generous, and had he been here, this would have never happened. But many of his people are cruel, and they are all greedy of wealth, and he, general though he is, has to give way to them. I remember that, in the old days at Tabasco, you told me how cruelly the Spaniards had treated the people of the islands, but when I saw them first, I thought that you, being of a different nation, had spoken too hardly of them. I see now that you were right. I have, all along, done what I could for my people, and though I am with the invaders, I am sure they recognize this, and that they feel no ill will against me. But now I fear that they will curse me, as they will curse them, and that through all time my name will be abhorred in Mexico." And she again burst into tears. "I do not think so, Malinche. At Tezcuco it was always said that you stood between the natives and the whites, and it was owing to you that they were not more harsh than they were. As to this massacre, God forbid that I should say a single word in defense of it. As a white man and a Christian, I feel it is an act of horrible atrocity. But it should not make such an impression upon your people, who make wars solely to obtain victims whom they may sacrifice at the altars of their gods, and who, every year, slay in cold blood fully 25,000 people who have done them no wrong. by the side of such horrible slaughter as this. The murder of 600 the other day was but a drop in the ocean of blood annually shed here." "Had it been in battle, it would have been nothing," Malinche said. "Had they offered them up at the altars of the gods, the people would have understood it, for they do it themselves. But this was a foul act of treachery. Who, after this, can believe in the promises of the whites?" "I know the people. You whites despise them, because they have hitherto allowed themselves to be subdued without resistance. But now that their first awe of the Spaniards has died away, and they have nerved themselves to take up arms, you will find that they are brave. I see nothing but trouble before us. Cortez feels confident that he can easily repulse any attack, and subdue the city and the country round. But I do not think so." "Nor do I, Malinche. No men could have fought more bravely than the Mexicans the other day. It is true that we were but in small numbers, and that we are now many times stronger, and have Cortez to command us. But on the other hand, the attack was but a hasty one, and the next time we shall have the whole Mexican force upon us." "What will you do, Roger?" "I must fight for the Spaniards," Roger said gloomily. "They are not my countrymen, but they are white men as I am, and surrounded by foes. Besides, I have no option. The Mexicans cannot distinguish between Spaniards and Englishmen, and I should be seized and sacrificed were I to set foot beyond the walls. Were it not for that, I would leave the city, join Amenche, and leave the Spaniards and Mexicans to fight out their quarrel as they might. But now, whichever one, the result would be fatal to me. If the Mexicans were victorious, I, like all other whites, would be sacrificed to their gods. If the Spaniards won, I should be executed as a traitor. Therefore, there is nothing for me to do but to remain with the Spaniards, and share their fate, whatever it may be." The next morning silence reigned over the city. Not a Mexican was to be seen anywhere near the palace, within which the Spaniards were virtually prisoners. Cortez hoped, however, that Cuitlahua would soon persuade the people to return to their usual habits, and to open the markets for provisions. But in any case, he felt so confident of his power to overawe the city that he sent off a messenger with dispatches to the coast, saying that he had arrived safely, and should soon overcome all opposition. In half an hour, however, the messenger returned at a gallop, wounded in a score of places. He reported that the city was up in arms, the drawbridges were raised, and the Mexicans were marching towards the palace. Scarcely had he arrived when the sentinels on the towers shouted that masses of men were approaching, by all the streets leading to the palace, and immediately afterwards the terraces and flat roofs of the houses near were darkened by throngs of natives, shouting and brandishing their weapons. The trumpet instantly sounded to arms, and so strict was the discipline that prevailed that, in an incredibly short time, every soldier was at his post. The position was capable of being defended against a very numerous enemy, unprovided with artillery, for the wall round the great one-storied building, though low, was strong, and the turrets placed at intervals upon it enabled the defenders to command its face, and to pour missiles upon any who might be bold enough to endeavor to effect a breach, by undermining it with crowbars and levers. The garrison, too, were sufficient for its defense, for there were not only some 1,200 Spaniards, but the 8,000 Tlascalan allies. The Aztecs rushed forward with the shrill whistle used as a battle cry by the people of Anahuac, and as they advanced, poured a rain of missiles of all kinds upon the palace, to which were added those shot from the terraces and flat roofs. The Spaniards had pierced the walls with embrasures for their cannon, and these commanded all the avenues. The gunners waited until the columns were close at hand, and then their terrible discharge swept lanes through the crowded masses in the streets. For a moment the Mexicans paused, paralyzed by the terrible slaughter, and then, rallying, rushed forward again. 3 times the cannon were discharged into their midst, but though broken and disordered, they still pressed on until they swept up to the very foot of the walls, pouring in a hail of arrows. They were well seconded by those on the housetops who, from their elevated position, were on a level with the Spaniards, and whose missiles, arrows, javelins, and stones, thrown with great force from slings, galled the defenders greatly and wounded great numbers of them. In vain did the Aztecs strive to climb the walls. These were of no great height, but as they showed their heads above the parapet, they were shot down by the Spanish arquebusmen, or struck backwards by the weapons of the Tlascalans. Failing to scale the walls, they tried to batter down the parapet with heavy pieces of timber. But the stonework was too strong, and they then shot burning arrows into the palace and hurled blazing torches over the wall. The palace itself was of stone, but some of the exterior works which had been constructed were of wood, and these were soon on fire. The defenders had no water with which to extinguish the flames, and at the point where the new works joined the wall, the fire was so fierce that they were afraid it would spread to the palace, and to extinguish it were forced to adopt the desperate expedient of overthrowing the wall upon the burning mass. The breach thus made was guarded by a battery of heavy guns and a party of arquebusiers, and these repelled every attempt of the Mexicans to take advantage of the breach which had been thus formed. The fight continued until night fell, and the Mexicans then drew off. Cortez and his followers were astonished at the obstinacy with which they had fought, and the contempt of death they had displayed. They had obtained such easy victories, with forces but a fourth of those which Cortez now commanded, that he had formed the lowest opinion of the fighting powers of the Aztecs. But he now found that a nation was not to be trampled upon with impunity. However, he consoled himself with the thought that this was but a temporary outbreak of fury, and he determined to sally out with all his force on the following morning, and to inflict a terrible chastisement upon his assailants. As soon as the morning broke, the Spaniards were under arms. Cortez was speedily undeceived in his hopes that the slaughter of the previous day would have cowed the Mexicans. The great square and the streets leading to it were seen to be crowded with foes who appeared better organized than on the previous day, being divided into regiments, each with its banners. These, the Mexican attendants on Montezuma told them, were the cognizances of the many cities of the plain, showing that the whole people were joining in the movement commenced by those of the capital. Towering above the rest was the royal standard of Mexico. Among the crowd were numerous priests, who, with excited gestures, called upon them to avenge the insulted gods, and to destroy the handful of invaders who had brought disgrace upon the nation, had trampled it under foot, had made their sovereign a captive, and murdered their nobles in cold blood. It was evident that, fierce as had been the fighting on the previous day, the renewed assault would be even more formidable. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 18. The Rising in Mexico. The appearance of the vast crowd that surrounded the palace differed much from that which they had presented on the previous day, when the Mexicans had fought in their usual garments or in their padded cuirasses. Today they had laid aside all their garments save their loincloths, having found by experience that their cotton armor was absolutely useless against the missiles of the Spaniards. The chiefs were now conspicuous, as they moved to and fro among the dark masses, by their gay dresses and the metal breastplates worn over the bright feather-work. They wore helmets made to resemble the heads of ferocious wild beasts, crested with bristly hair, or surmounted by bright feather plumes. Some wore only a red fillet around their head, having tufts of cotton hanging from it, each tuft denoting some victory in which they had taken part, and their own rank in the army. Noble and citizen, priest and soldier, had all united in the common cause. The assault was about to commence, when the Spaniards' artillery and musketry poured death into the crowded ranks. The gates were at once thrown open, and Cortez, at the head of his cavalry, dashed out, followed by the infantry and the Tlascalan allies. Confused by the slaughter made by the firearms, the Aztecs could offer no resistance to the onslaught. The cavalry trampled them underfoot, and mowed them down with sword and lance. The Spanish foot and Tlascalans followed close behind, carried on the work of destruction, and it seemed to the Spaniards that the fight was already over when the Aztecs fled before them. The moment of retreat, however, ceased the moment the Mexicans reached the barricades which they had thrown up across the streets, and forming behind these they made a gallant stand, while those upon the housetops poured showers of arrows, darts, and great stones down upon the advancing Spaniards. In vain the Spanish artillery were brought up, and their fire swept away the barricades. There were still others behind, and at each the desperate fight was renewed. Coming down the side streets, the Aztecs fell upon the Spanish flanks, and clouds of missiles were shot from the boats, which crowded the canals everywhere intersecting the streets. Cortez and his cavaliers continued to make desperate charges through the Aztecs, who, although unable to withstand the weight and impetus of the horses, closed round them, striving to throw the riders from their backs, and to stab the horses themselves, throwing away their lives without hesitation, on the chance of getting one blow at the Spaniards. The moment the horsemen drew back, the Aztecs followed them, and although their loss was immense, their ranks were instantly filled up again, while the Spaniards could ill spare the comparatively small number who fell on their side. At last, after hours of carnage, the Spaniards, exhausted by their exertions, and having eaten nothing since the night before, fell back to the palace. Diaz, one of the historians of the events, who was present at the combat, expressed the astonishment felt by the Spaniards at the desperation with which the despised Mexicans had fought. The Mexicans, he said, fought with such ferocity that if we had had the assistance of 10,000 Hectors and as many Orlandos, we should have made no impression on them. There were several of our troops who had served in the Italian wars, but neither there nor in the battles with the Turk have they ever seen anything like the desperation shown by these Indians. As the Spaniards fell back, the Aztecs followed them, pouring in volleys of stones and arrows, and as soon as they had entered the palace, encamped around it, showing that their spirit was wholly unbroken. Although, as it was contrary to their custom to fight at night, they did not renew the attack. They shouted insulting threats as to the Spaniards' fate when they should fall into their hands, and were evidently well satisfied with the events of the day, and looked for victory on the morrow. Cortez had received a severe wound in the hand during the fight, and he and his companions felt how grievously they had mistaken the character of the Aztecs. They had sallied out that morning, confident in their power to crush out the insurrection. They returned, feeling that their situation was well nigh desperate, and that henceforth they must fight not for dominion but for life. As soon as day broke, the fight was renewed, but this time it was the Aztecs and not the Spaniards who began it. There was no idea of a fresh sortie. All that the garrison could hope was to defend their position. So furiously did the natives attack that, for a time, they forced their way into the entrenchments. But the Spaniards, whose turn it was to fight with the bravery of despair, fell upon them with such fury that none of those who had gained an entry returned. Cortez now sent to Montezuma to request him to interpose, as he had done before, between them and his people. The emperor refused to interfere. He had viewed the desperate fighting of the last 2 days with bitter humiliation. He had seen his brother Cuitlahua leading on his troops with the greatest gallantry, while he himself, thanks to his own conduct, was a helpless prisoner. He mourned over the terrible losses his people were suffering, and the fact that his kindness to the Spaniards had brought upon him nothing but ill treatment and insult at their hands had earned him the contempt of his people, and had involved his country in misfortune and ruin, cut him to the heart. "What have I to do with Malinzin?" he said coldly. "I desire only to die." Then, still further urged, he added, "It is useless. They will neither believe me, nor the false words and promises of Malinzin. You will never leave these walls alive." On being assured that the Spaniards would willingly depart and leave the country if their assailants would open a way to them, he at last consented to address the people. Clothing himself in his richest robes of state, he ascended the central turret of the palace, surrounded by a guard of Spaniards and accompanied by several Aztec nobles. When he was seen, the din of war ceased as if by magic. A dead silence fell upon the multitude, and they knelt and prostrated themselves before the sovereign they had so long held in the deepest reverence. But when he addressed them, assuring them that he was a guest and not a prisoner of the Spaniards, and ordered them to lay down their arms and to allow the Spaniards to march to the coast, indignation at his cowardice overpowered their feelings of reverence and respect. They burst into taunts and execrations, and a moment later a storm of missiles were hurled at the man who had betrayed them. The Spanish guards, seeing the effect his presence had produced, had stood aside to enable him the better to be seen, and before they could close around him and cover him with their shields, 3 missiles struck him, one a stone hurled from a sling, smiting him on the head with such violence that he fell insensible. When the Aztecs saw him fall, their brief outburst of indignation was succeeded by one of sorrow, and with a cry of grief the whole multitude dispersed, and in a minute or two the crowded square was wholly deserted. Montezuma was carried to his chamber. When he recovered sensibility, he refused absolutely to allow his wounds to be dressed, and tore off the bandages. Not a word passed his lips. He sat in an attitude of the deepest dejection. His own people despised him, and had raised their hands against him. He had drunk deeply of the cup of humiliation at the hands of the Spaniards, but this last drop filled it to overflowing. There was nothing for him but to die. The Spanish leaders tried, but in vain, to persuade him to submit to surgical treatment. He paid no attention to their words, and they were soon called away by fresh danger from without. The Aztecs had speedily recovered from their emotion at seeing the fall of the emperor, and a body of 500 or 600 of them, including many nobles and military leaders of high rank, had taken possession of the great temple, and now from its summit, 150 feet high, opened a rain of missiles upon the palace. The Spaniards could not effectually return their fire, for the Aztecs were sheltered by the sanctuaries on the summit of the pyramids. It was absolutely necessary, for the safety of the defenders, to dislodge them from this position, and Cortez ordered his chamberlain, Don Escobar, with 100 men, to storm the teocalli and set fire to the sanctuaries. But the little force were 3 times repulsed, and forced to fall back with considerable loss. Cortez then, though suffering much from the wound in his left hand, determined himself to lead the assault. As he was incapable of holding his shield, he had it strapped to his left arm, and with 300 picked men and some thousands of the Tlascalans sallied out from the palace and attacked the Aztecs in the temple at the foot of the pyramid. The Spaniards made their way through these without much difficulty, and then commenced the ascent of the pyramid. This offered great facilities for defense. There were 5 terraces connected by steps, so placed that those mounting the pyramid had to make the whole circuit on each terrace before reaching the steps leading to the next. It was thus necessary to pass round the pyramid 4 times, or nearly 2 miles, exposed to the missiles of those upon the summit. Leaving a strong body of Spaniards and Tlascalans at the bottom to prevent the natives ascending and attacking him in the rear, Cortez led the way up the staircase, followed closely by his principal officers. In spite of the heavy stones and beams of wood which, with a storm of arrows, were hurled down upon them, the Spaniards won their way from terrace to terrace, supported by the fire of their musketeers below, until at last they reached the great platform on the summit of the pyramid. Here a terrible conflict commenced. The Aztecs, brought to bay, and fighting not only for life, but in the presence of their country's gods, displayed a valor at least equal to that of the Spaniards. Numbers were slightly in their favor, but this was far more than counterbalanced by the superior arms of the Spaniards, and by the armor, which rendered them almost invulnerable to the comparatively puny weapons of the Mexicans. And yet, for 3 hours the fight continued. At the end of that time, all the Mexicans, save 2 or 3 priests, were killed, while 45 of the Spaniards had fallen, and almost all the others were wounded. While this fight had been raging, the combat had ceased elsewhere, the combatants on both sides being absorbed in the struggle taking place at the summit of the temple. They could not, of course, judge how it was going, though they caught sight of the combatants as they neared the edges of the platform, which was unprotected by wall or fence, and many, in the course of the struggle, fell or were hurled over it. The moment the struggle was over, the Spaniards rushed with exulting shouts into the sanctuary of the Mexican god, reeking with the blood of fresh killed victims, cast the image from its pedestal, rolled it across the platform to the head of the steps, and then, amid shouts that were echoed by their comrades below, sent it bounding down, while a cry of anguish and dismay rose from the Mexicans. The image dethroned, fire was applied to the sanctuary, and the smoke and flames rising up must have told countless thousands watching the capital from the housetops of the neighboring cities that the white men had triumphed over the gods of Mexico, and that, as at Cholula, so at the capital, these had proved impotent to protect their votaries from the dread invaders. So dismayed were the Mexicans at the misfortune that they offered no resistance to the return of the Spaniards from the temple, and retired to their houses without further fighting. At night the Spaniards sallied out again, relying upon the habit of the Mexicans to abstain from fighting at night, and burnt several hundred houses. Believing that the spirit of the Mexicans would be broken now, Cortez, on the following morning, mounted the turret from which Montezuma had addressed them. Malinche was by his side, and when he held up his hands to show that he wished to address them, a silence fell upon the multitude, and Malinche's voice was heard plainly by them as she translated the words of Cortez. He told them they must now feel that they could not struggle against the Spaniards. Their gods had been cast down, their dwellings burnt, their warriors slaughtered, and all this they had brought on themselves by their rebellion. Yet, if they would lay down their arms and return to the obedience of their sovereign, he would stay his hand. If not, he would make their city a heap of ruins, and leave not a soul alive to mourn over it. But Cortez learned at once that the spirit he had roused in the Mexicans was in no way lowered by their reverses. One of the great chiefs answered him that it was true he had hurled down their gods and massacred their countrymen, but they were content to lose 1,000 lives for every one that they took. "Our streets," he said, "are still thronged with warriors. Our numbers are scarcely diminished. Yours are lessening every day. You are dying with hunger and sickness. Your provisions and water are failing. You must soon fall into our hands. The bridges are broken down, and you cannot escape. There will be too few of you left to satisfy the vengeance of the gods." When he had finished, a shower of arrows showed that hostilities had recommenced. The garrison were now completely disheartened. Of what use the tremendous exertions they had made, and the lives that had been lost? They were still, as they had been on the first day of their arrival, hemmed in their fortress, surrounded by foes thirsting for their blood. Great numbers were wounded, more or less severely. Their provisions were well nigh gone. The enemy were bolder than ever. They had been promised wealth and honor. They were starving, and death stared them in the face. They loudly exclaimed that they had been deceived and betrayed. But the men who had served all along with Cortez stood firm. They had still every confidence in their leader. It was not his fault that they had been brought to this pass, but by the misconduct of others during his absence. At any rate, as they pointed out to their comrades, the only chance of escape was unity and obedience. Cortez himself was, as always in a moment of great danger, calm and collected. The thought of having to leave the city, to abandon all the treasures they had taken, was even more painful to him than to the soldiers. It was not the loss of his own share of the booty, but of that of the Emperor, that he regretted, for he felt that this, together with the downfall of all his plans and the loss of the kingdom he had already counted won, would bring upon him the displeasure of his Emperor, would give strength to his enemies at court, and would probably ensure his being recalled in disgrace. Nevertheless, he saw that retreat was necessary, for the position could not be maintained. Every day the defenses became weaker, the men more exhausted by fighting, and there would soon be no longer a morsel of bread to serve out to them. A retreat must therefore be made. The question was which route should be chosen. In any case, one of the narrow dikes connecting the island city with the shore must be traversed, and on these causeways the Spaniards would fight under great disadvantage. Finally, he settled upon that leading to Tlacopan, which was much the shortest, being only 2 miles in length. For some days a large party of men had been at work constructing movable towers, similar to those used, centuries before, in sieges. They moved on rollers, and were to be dragged by the Tlascalan allies. From their summits the soldiers could shoot down upon the housetops, from which they had been hitherto so annoyed. The towers were also provided with bridges, which could be let down onto the roofs, and so enable the soldiers to meet their opponents hand to hand. When the structures were completed, the Spaniards again took the offensive. The gates were opened, and the 3 towers, dragged by the Tlascalans, moved out. The Mexicans, astonished at the sight of these machines, from whose summits a heavy fire of musketry were kept up, fell back for a time. The towers were moved up close to the terraces, and the soldiers, after partly clearing them by their fire, lowered the light bridges, and, crossing, engaged in a hand-to-hand fight with the Mexicans, and drove them from their positions. But from the lofty houses of the nobles, the Mexicans still maintained their resistance. The towers were not high enough to overlook these, and as they came up, beams of wood and huge stones were cast down upon them, striking with such force that it soon became evident to those within them that the towers would not hold together. They were dragged on, however, till a canal crossed the road. The bridge had been removed, and both the cavalry and the towers were brought to a standstill. The latter were abandoned, and Cortez ordered his troops to make a road forward by filling up the canals with stones and wood from the houses near. While engaged in this operation, they were exposed to an incessant fire from every point of advantage in the neighborhood, and from the opposite bank of the canal. The work was, however, completed, and the cavalry, crossing, drove the Mexicans headlong down the great street till they came to another canal, where the same work had again to be performed. No less than 7 canals crossed the street, and it took 2 days of constant fighting before the last of these was crossed, and the whole street in their hands. Just as the last canal had been captured, Cortez, who was ever at the head of his men, received news that the Mexicans desired to open a parley with him, and that some of their nobles had arrived at the palace for that purpose. Delighted at the news, he rode back with his officers. The Mexicans requested that the 2 priests who had been captured in the great temple should be released, and should be the bearers of his terms, and discuss the negotiations. Cortez at once consented, and the priests left with the envoys, with instructions that, if the Mexicans would lay down their arms, the past should be forgiven. The mission was, however, a mere trick. The Mexicans were most anxious to rescue the priests, one of whom was the high priest, and therefore most sacred in their eyes. Cortez had scarcely sat down to a meal, which he sorely needed after his fatigues, when the news was brought that the Mexicans had again attacked, with greater fury than ever, and at 3 points had driven off the detachments placed to guard the newly made causeways across the canal. Cortez and his companions leaped on their horses and, riding down the great street, again cleared it. But no sooner had he reached the other end than the Mexicans, gathering in the lanes and side streets, poured in again, and overpowered the guard at one of the principal canals. Swarms of warriors poured in on all sides, and a storm of arrows and other missiles was poured down upon Cortez and his cavaliers. The confusion at the broken bridge was tremendous. The cavalry and infantry struggled fiercely with the crowds of foes, while others strove again to repair the bridge, which the Mexicans had again torn down. Cortez himself performed prodigies of valor in covering the retreat of his men, dashing alone into the midst of the ranks of the enemy, shouting his battle cry, and dealing death with every blow of his sword. So far did he penetrate among his foes that reports spread that he was killed, and when at last he fought his way back and leaped his horse over a chasm still remaining in the bridge, his escape was regarded by his troops as absolutely miraculous, and it was said that he had been saved by the national apostle, St. James, and the Virgin Mary, who had fought by his side. At night the Mexicans, as usual, drew off, and the Spaniards, dispirited and exhausted, fell back to their citadel. That evening Montezuma died. He had refused all nourishment, as well as medicine, from the time he had been wounded. Father Almedo did his best to persuade him to embrace the Christian faith, but Montezuma stoutly refused. Just before he died, he sent for Cortez, and recommended his 3 daughters by his principal wife to his charge, begging him to interest his master, the Emperor, on their behalf, and to see that they had some portion of their rightful inheritance. "Your lord will do this," he said, "if only for the friendly offices I have rendered the Spaniards, and for the love that I have shown them, though it has brought me to this condition. But for this I bear them no ill will." This Cortez promised, and, after the conquest, took the 3 ladies into his own family. They were instructed in the doctrines of Christianity, and were married to Spanish nobles, and handsome dowries assigned to them. The news of Montezuma's death was received with real grief by the Spaniards, to whom his generosity and constant kindness and gentleness of manner had endeared him. There can be but little doubt that, in spite of the accusations against him of meditating treachery, Montezuma was, from the time they entered the capital, sincere in his good will towards the Spaniards. He was devoted to his own gods, and believed implicitly in the prophecy that Quetzalcoatl, or his descendants, would return to rule Mexico. Their superior science and attainments confirmed him in his belief that the Spaniards fulfilled the prophecy, and he was willing to resign alike his power, his possessions, and himself to their hands. In his early days he had shown great personal bravery, and the cowardice he displayed throughout the whole of his dealing with the Spaniards was the result of superstition, and not that of personal fear. Cortez paid all respect to the remains of his late unhappy captive. The body was arrayed in royal robes and laid on a bier, and was carried by the nobles who had remained faithful to him during his imprisonment into the city. It is uncertain where Montezuma was finally buried. With the death of the emperor, the last hope of the Spaniards of making terms with their assailants vanished. There was nothing now but retreat. After some debate, it was settled that this should take place at night, when they would find the Mexicans unprepared. The difficulties of passage would be greater, but these would, it was thought, be counterbalanced by the advantage of being able to make at least a portion of their retreat unobserved. It was determined that no time should be lost. The Mexicans would doubtless be mourning over the body of Montezuma, and would be unprepared for such prompt action on the part of the Spaniards. The first question was the disposal of the treasure. The soldiers had, for the most part, converted their share of the gold into chains, which they wore around their necks. But there was a vast amount in bars and ornaments, constituting the 1/5 which had been set aside for the crown, the 1/5 for Cortez himself, and the shares of his principal officers. One of the strongest horses was laden with the richest portion of the crown treasure, but all the rest was abandoned. The gold lay in great heaps. "Take what you like of it," Cortez said to his men, "but be careful not to overload yourselves. He travels safest in the dark who travels lightest." His own veterans took his advice, and contented themselves with picking out a few of the most valuable ornaments. But the soldiers of Narvaez could not bring themselves to leave such treasures behind them, and loaded themselves up with as much gold as they could carry. Cortez now arranged the order of march. The van was composed of 200 Spanish foot and 20 horsemen, under the orders of Gonzalo de Sandoval. The rear guard, with the main body of the infantry and the greater portion of the guns, was commanded by Alvarado and Velasquez de Leon. Cortez himself led the center, which was in charge of the baggage, some of the heavy guns, and the prisoners, among whom were a son and 2 daughters of Montezuma, Cacama, and the other nobles who had been in prison with him. The Tlascalans were divided among the 3 corps. A portable bridge had been prepared for crossing the canals which intersected the causeway, the intention being that it should be laid across a canal, that the army should pass over it, and that it should then be carried forward to the next gap in the causeway. This was a most faulty arrangement, necessitating frequent and long delays, and entailing almost certain disaster. Had 3 such portable bridges been constructed, the column could have crossed the causeway with comparatively little risk, and there was no reason why these bridges should not have been constructed, as they could have been carried without difficulty by the Tlascalans. At midnight the troops were in readiness for the march. Mass was performed by Father Almedo, and at 1 o'clock on July 1st, 1520, the Spaniards sallied out from the fortress that they had so stoutly defended. Silence reigned in the city. As noiselessly as possible, the troops made their way down the broad street, expecting every moment to be attacked. But even the tramping of the horses and the rumbling of the baggage wagons and artillery did not awake the sleeping Mexicans, and the head of the column arrived at the head of the causeway before they were discovered. Then, as the advanced guard were preparing to lay the portable bridge across the first opening, some Aztec sentinels gave the alarm. The priests on the summits of the temples heard their cries, and at once sounded their horns and the huge war drum. Instantly the city awoke, and the silence was succeeded by a roar of sound. The vanguard had scarcely got upon the causeway when canoes shot out upon the lake, and soon a storm of stones and arrows burst upon the column. More and more terrible did it become as fresh canoes, crowded with the warriors, came up. Many of these pushed up to the causeway itself, and the natives, landing, fell upon the Spaniards with fury. The latter made no stay. Fighting their way through their foes, they pressed on until they reached the next opening in the causeway, and there waited for the bridge to come up. But a column many thousands strong, with baggage and artillery, takes a long time to cross a bridge, and the advanced guard had reached the opening long before the rear had passed the bridge, and there stood helpless, exposed to the terrible storm of missiles, until at last the column were all across the bridge. Then 40 picked men, who had been specially told off for the task, tried to raise it so that it might be carried to the front. But the weight of the baggage wagons and artillery had so wedged it into the earth that they were unable to move it. They persevered in their efforts until most of them had fallen. The rest bore the terrible news to the army that the bridge was immovable. A terrible cry of despair arose as the news spread. All hope seemed lost, and regardless of order or discipline, all pressed forward to endeavor, in some way or other, to cross the obstacle that barred their way. Pressed on by those behind them, Sandoval and his cavaliers dashed into the water. The distance was short, but the horses were weak from hunger, and burdened by their own heavy armor and that of their riders. Some succeeded in swimming across, others sank, while some reached the opposite side, only to fall back again as they tried to climb the steep bank. The infantry followed them, throwing away their armor to enable them to swim. Some succeeded, others were pressed down by their comrades. Many were killed by the war clubs or spears of the Mexicans in their canoes. Others again, half stunned by the clubs, were dragged into the canoes and carried off to the city to be sacrificed. All along the causeway the fight raged unceasingly, the Aztecs in the boats alongside leaping ashore and grappling with their foes, and rolling with them down the causeway into the water, while those in the distance kept up their rain of missiles. The opening in the causeway was at last filled, choked up with ammunition wagons and guns, bales of rich goods, chests of gold, and the bodies of men and horses, and over these the Spaniards made their way. Cortez had swum or waded across on his horse, and he rode on until he joined Sandoval and the remains of the advanced guard, who were checked at the third and last opening. The cavaliers set the example to their followers by plunging into the water. The rest followed as best they could. Many were drowned by the weight of the gold they carried. Others got across by clinging to the tails and manes of the horses. Cortez, with Sandoval and other cavaliers, led the retreat until they reached the end of the causeway. The din of battle was now far behind, but those who came up brought the news that the rear guard were so sorely pressed that they would be destroyed unless aid reached them. Cortez and his companions did not hesitate. They dashed along the causeway, again swam the canal, and made their way through the crowd till they reached the rear guard. Morning was breaking now, and it showed the lake covered with canoes filled with warriors. Along the whole length of the causeway a desperate fight was raging. Cortez found Alvarado on foot. His horse had been killed under him. With a handful of followers, he was still desperately defending the rear against the Mexicans who had poured out from the city in pursuit. The artillery had at first done good service, sweeping the causeway and mowing down hundreds of their assailants. But the Aztecs were careless of life. and rushed on so furiously that they swept over the guns, killing those who served them, and fell upon the infantry. The charge of Cortez and his companions for a moment bore back the foe, but pressed by those behind, they swept aside resistance and bore back the Spaniards to the edge of the canal. Cortez and his companions plunged in and swam across. Alvarado stood on the brink, hesitating. Unhorsed and defenseless, he could not make his way across the gap, which was now crowded with the canoes of the enemy. He set his strong lance on the bottom of the canal, and, using it as a leaping pole, sprang across. The feat was an extraordinary one, for although the width is not given, it was declared, by those who witnessed it, to be impossible for any mortal. It filled friends and foes alike with astonishment, and the spot is, to this day, known by the Mexicans as Alvarado's Leap. The Aztecs followed no farther. They were occupied, now, in securing the enormous wealth the Spaniards had left behind them, and the remnants of the army marched along the causeway unmolested and took possession of the village at its end. Cortez, iron-hearted as he was, sat down and burst into tears as he viewed the broken remnant of his army. He was consoled, however, by finding that many of his most trusted companions had escaped. Sandoval, Alvarado, Olid, Ordaz, and Avila were safe, and so, to his great joy, was Marina. She had, with a daughter of a Tlascalan chief, been placed under the escort of a party of Tlascalan warriors in the van of the column, and had passed unharmed through the dangers of the night. The loss of the Spaniards in their retreat is variously estimated, but the balance of authority among contemporary writers places it at 450 Spaniards and 4,000 Tlascalans. This, with the loss sustained in the previous conflicts, reduced the Spaniards to about a third, and the Tlascalans to a fifth of the force which had entered the capital. The greater part of the soldiers of Narvaez had been killed. They had formed the rear guard, and had not only borne the brunt of the battle, but had suffered from the effect of their cupidity. Of the cavalry, but 23 remained mounted. All the artillery had been lost, and every musket thrown away in the flight. Velasquez de Leon had fallen in the early part of the retreat, bravely defending the rear, and several others among the leaders had also fallen, together with all the prisoners whom they had brought out from the capital. The remains of the army straggled on into the town of Tlacopan, but Cortez would allow of no halt there. At any moment the exultant Aztecs from the capital might arrive, and in a battle in the streets the Spaniards would stand no chance whatever with their foes. He therefore hurried the soldiers through, and when outside endeavored to form them into some sort of order. It was necessary to give them a few hours of repose, and he led them towards an eminence crowned by a temple, which commanded the plain. It was held by a party of natives, and the troops, dispirited and exhausted, refused at first to advance against them. But the influence of Cortez, backed by the example of his officers, had its usual effect. The column moved forward against the temple, and the natives, after a few discharges of missiles, abandoned the place. It was a large building, affording ample shelter for the Spaniards and their allies. Provisions were found there, and a large supply of fuel, intended for the service of the temple. Here, lighting great fires, they dried their clothing, bound up their wounds, and, after partaking of food, threw themselves down to sleep. Fortunate it was for the Spaniards that the Mexicans, contented with the slaughter they had inflicted, the plunder they had captured, and, most of all, with the prisoners whom they had carried off to be sacrificed on their altars, retired to the capital, and allowed the invaders 24 hours breathing time. Had they pressed them hotly and relentlessly from the moment when they emerged from the causeway, they would have annihilated them, for at that time the Spaniards were too worn out and dispirited to be capable of any effectual resistance. Food and rest, however, did wonders for them. They were hardy veterans, and with Cortez and the leaders they most trusted with them, they soon came to look at matters in a more cheerful light. They were still stronger than they were when they first marched upon Mexico. Why then should they despair of making their way back to Tlascala, where they would have rest and friends? They knew there was a long and painful march before them, and probably desperate battles to fight. But in a fair field they felt themselves a match for any number of the enemy, and when, late in the evening, their officers bade them form up and prepare for a night's march, they fell in steadily and willingly, and Cortez felt that they could again be relied upon under every emergency. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 19. The Passage of the Causeway. On marching out from the city, Roger and his 2 comrades formed part of a picked band to whom was entrusted the charge of the prisoners. Roger had been specially selected, as he could translate to them any order given by the officer of the party, and he was ordered to march next to them. He had once or twice in the past few days been enabled, by the intervention of Marina, to visit the prisoners. Cacama's spirit was in no way shaken by captivity. "Your general has made a fatal mistake," he said, "in sending Cuitlahua out to pacify the populace. He is of very different stuff from Montezuma, who has become a woman in the hands of the Spanish. You will see that he will never return, but will lead the people on to the attack. It matters little to us. I know that we shall never escape. The Spaniards will slay us all, rather than that we should rejoin our people. But for that I care not. One would rather die in battle than be slain as a captive. But in either case we shall be dying for our country, and what can we wish for more? It is the duty of all to risk their lives whenever they may be needed for their country. Some here have fought in 50 battles for Mexico. I am younger, but not too young to have shared in many a battle. I fear death in no way, my friend, and should welcome it as a change from captivity. I am well content now. I should have grieved to have died, believing that the Mexicans had lost all their ancient spirit and courage, and were content to be slaves beneath the yoke of a handful of strangers. But now I see that they were asleep and not dead, and that these boasting strangers will find that the despised Mexican is a match for them. I shall die happy. The news of the wounding of Montezuma and the desperate fighting in the streets and round the palace excited the prisoners to the utmost. In their place of confinement they heard the thunder of the guns, the perpetual rattle of the musketry, and the shouts and yells of the combatants. But it was only when Roger visited them that they obtained any details as to the combat that was going on. They were filled with enthusiasm as they heard how desperately their countrymen were fighting, and their only regret was that they could not join in the struggle and die leading the assault against the Spaniards. Roger did not see them upon the last day until he took his place by their side, when the column formed up in the courtyard. "I am to keep near you, Cacama," he said, "in order to translate anything the officer may have to say to you." "We are going to leave the city?" Cacama asked eagerly. "Yes, we are going to cross the causeway." The officer in charge here came up and gave an order which Roger interpreted. "He asks whether you will all give a pledge to remain silent as we march out. If you do so, he will accept your promise. But if not, He will be forced to gag you, as the safety of the army depends upon our getting beyond the streets before our march is discovered." "I wonder that they are ready to take our promise," Cacama said disdainfully, "after their own treachery. However, an Aztec noble is not like a Spaniard. Our faith may be depended upon. We will give our word to be silent." The other prisoners also promised, and were allowed to take their places in the column, ungagged. The alarm was given long before the rear of the column had got out from the street. Cacama gave an exclamation of joy when he heard the silence broken by loud cries at the end of the street, and immediately afterwards by the shouts of the priests on the lofty temples, by the blowing of horns and the beating of the great war drum. "The game has begun," he said. "We shall see how many Spaniards remain alive when the sun rises. Long before they can get across the causeway, our people will be upon them. We shall not see the triumph, for without defensive armor we shall fall, in the darkness, beneath the missiles of our own people. That matters not. Better to die at the hands of a Mexican, struggling to be free, than at those of these treacherous invaders." The missiles showered down thickly upon the column from the houses, till they emerged from the street and made their way out on to the causeway. They then became exposed to the storm of arrows, darts, and stones from the canoes on the lake. By their officers' orders, the soldiers immediately in charge of the prisoners drew their swords and formed a circle round them, with orders to fall upon and kill them at once did they make the slightest movement to escape. Roger translated to the captives the officer's assurance that, although he was most anxious for their safety, he had no resource but to order the soldiers to slay them at once if they made any movement to escape. "We shall not try to escape," Cacama said. "How can we do so with our hands bound?" During the long pause that ensued, before the rear of the column passed over the bridge onto the causeway, the impatience among the soldiers was great. Many had already fallen beneath the missiles of the enemy. Scarce one but had received wounds, more or less severe. Several of the prisoners, too, had fallen. "What is it?" Cacama asked, as the cry of despair went up, when it became known that the bridge was immovable, and that there were no means of crossing the breaks in the causeway ahead. He muttered an exclamation of triumph when Roger repeated to him the news he had just learned. "That settles it," he said. "Their fate is now sealed. The gods are at last fighting again for Mexico. Roger, I am sorry for you. I am sorry for my wife and for Amenche, but I rejoice for my country. If you should escape this night, Roger, and you have more chance than most, since you speak our language, do all you can for them." "You may be sure that I shall do that, Cacama, but the chance of any escaping seems to me a small one. Still, it may be that some will get over alive. The Spaniards have their faults, Cacama, but they are grand soldiers, and at any rate, now that they see they must win their way or perish, they will perform wonders." "Ah!" The exclamation was caused by an arrow striking the young prince in the chest. At this time a terrible fight was raging all around them. The natives had gained a footing on the causeway, and the Spaniards were fighting hand to hand with them. "I am mortally wounded, Roger," Cacama said. "Most of the others have already fallen. It is better so. I have lived long enough to see vengeance taken on our oppressors." "Roger, there is one chance for you. Wrap round you one of our mantles. In the darkness, none will see that you are not a Mexican, and they will not shoot at you. Listen, there is Cuitcatl's war cry. I know his voice, and doubtless they have discerned our white dresses in the darkness, and he is trying to rescue us." The crowd, pressing along the causeway, had swept the guards away from the prisoners. Indeed, there were now scarcely any prisoners left to guard. Unprotected by any defensive armor, most of them had fallen very early in the conflict. Roger was supporting Cacama, and another prisoner lay dead at their feet. Roger stooped and snatched off his mantle, then, lifting Cacama in his arms, forced his way through the press to the edge of the causeway, just as a canoe ran up alongside, and a number of Aztecs sprang ashore. "Cuitcatl!" Roger shouted at the top of his voice. "Here!" the young noble exclaimed, as he sprang forward. "Here is Cacama!" Roger cried. At the same moment he received a stunning blow on the back of his helmet from one of the Spaniards, who took him for a Mexican, and fell down the side of the causeway into the water, with his burden in his arms. When Roger recovered his senses, he was lying in a canoe, which was being paddled rapidly. He had been insensible but a few minutes, for the cries of the combatants still sounded close at hand. Cuitcatl was bending over him. "How is Cacama?" he asked, as soon as he could speak. "Alas, he is dead," Cuitcatl replied. "You did your best to save him, Roger." "He spoke but once, after we had got him into the canoe. He said, 'Protect my wife, Cuitcatl, and save our friend.'" "Where are you taking us?" Roger asked next. "We will land some distance up the lake. There I will obtain bearers and carry Cacama home, that he may be buried as one of his rank should be. As to you, we must think what had best be done. None of those with me know who you are, believing in the darkness that you are one of ourselves. They are my own men, and I can rely upon them when their blood is cooled. But it were best that, at present, they remained in ignorance. Bathalda is in the bow, and his influence and mine will be sufficient to control them, when we are once out of hearing of the conflict. Nothing, save my duty to Cacama, would have withdrawn me from it. But they must do without me. Not a Spaniard will see tomorrow's sun." "Are you badly hurt, Roger? It is too dark to see anything." "Not badly. I have several arrow points sticking in me, in one place or another, but they have not gone deep. My armor kept them out. It was a blow on the head that felled me. There were many Mexicans on the causeway, fighting with the Spaniards, and I was, of course, mistaken for one of them. My helmet broke the blow, and I was stunned rather than injured, I think." "How came you to be just at that spot?" "I was on the lookout for the prisoners, being determined to rescue Cacama, if possible; and as I was fighting, farther back, I heard it said that there were several white dresses among the Spaniards ahead. So I made to that point and, just as I was springing ashore, heard your shout, and saw you roll down, you and another. I guessed it might be Cacama, for I knew that you would do your best to save him, and so spring back again to the water's edge, and found that it was so. And found, alas, that Cacama was mortally wounded. How about the other prisoners?" "I think that all had fallen before he did. You see, they had no protection, and even we who had armor were suffering terribly from the missiles poured in among us. I know that 2 ladies, Montezuma's daughters, were among the first to fall. More than that I cannot say, for I kept close to Cacama, hoping that in some way I might find an opportunity to aid his escape, and had he not been struck just when he was, I might have done so. For after the news came that the bridge could not be removed, all was confusion, and each man thought only of saving his own life." After rowing for 3 hours, the canoe, having made a circuit of the city and crossed the lake, reached the shore at a distance of a few miles from Tezcuco. Cacama's body was lifted ashore. Then Cuitcatl said to Bathalda, "Bathalda, you will be glad to know that we have saved Cacama's friend, and mine, Roger Hawkshaw." The forester gave an exclamation of pleasure. "I am glad indeed," he exclaimed. "I wondered what had become of him in the fight." Bathalda's exclamation silenced the murmur with which the others had heard that one of the white men had been saved, by them, from the general destruction which, as they believed, had fallen upon their oppressors. "He is a friend of our people," Cuitcatl went on, "and is of another race to these Spaniards. As you see, men, he speaks our language well, and is like one of ourselves. Cacama held him as a dear friend, and as you know, Cacama hated the Spaniards, and had it not been for treason, would have attacked them long ago. Now form a litter with the paddles, and lay Cacama upon it. Morning is breaking, and we have far to go. The new Lord of Tezcuco is a friend of the Spaniards. We must get well away as soon as we can." Roger threw aside the Spanish helmet. Cuitcatl took some of the plumes from his own headdress and bound them round his head, and as soon as the bier was constructed, the little party started. In the afternoon they arrived at Cuitcatl's house, the chief having himself gone forward to inform the queen of Cacama's fate, and of the near approach of the party with his body. It was a mournful scene when they arrived. The whole of the male and female retainers were assembled outside the house, the women filling the air with cries and lamentations, the men weeping and wailing. The bearers of the bier passed into the house, where Maclutha awaited it. Roger, unwilling to intrude upon the grief of the unhappy queen, remained without, talking to Bathalda, the natives viewing him with hostility and wonder, being unable to understand how it was that their lord had brought one of the white men to his house. In a minute or two, however, Amenche's attendant ran down the steps to Roger, and, telling him to follow her, led the way to the apartment where the princess was waiting him. She fell, crying, into his arms. "It is terrible, Roger," she sobbed. "As long as my brother was but a captive, we had hope that he might be restored to us, and now he is brought home dead, slain, too, by a Mexican arrow. Cacama was ready for death, Amenche. I was beside him from the time he left his prison. He was sure that we should be attacked, and saw that, as he and those with him were unprotected by any armor, they would be the first to fall when the fighting began, as, in the darkness, the Mexicans would not be able to distinguish them from their enemies. But he said that he was quite content to die, seeing that the people had now recovered their ancient spirit, and were battling with heroes against their oppressors." "And they are all destroyed," Amenche exclaimed passionately. "We do not know that," Roger replied. "Their position was a terrible one, and seemed well nigh hopeless. I know that Cuitcatl regarded it as quite hopeless, and deems that all have fallen. But I do not think so. The passages to be crossed were of no great width, and though numbers may have fallen, I believe that some will have made their way across. They will have lost their guns, and if the Aztecs continue to press them as hotly as they did upon the causeway, they may slay them all. But if they give them time to rally, they may yet fight their way back to Tlascala." "And you will stop here with us, Roger, is it not so?" "If your people will allow me to do so, I will, Amenche. I ask for nothing better. But remember that even Cacama himself felt doubtful whether he could protect me from the power of the priests, and at that time their reason for hating the Spaniards was small to what it now is, and Cacama himself has gone. Cuitcatl, though a powerful cazique, has but a small influence in comparison with that which Cacama, as king of Tezcuco and nephew of Montezuma, possessed." "How is Montezuma? What has become of him? We heard that he was wounded, but it scarce seems possible that his own subjects should raise a hand against him." "He died yesterday afternoon, and Cortez delivered his body to the people of the city." The girl uttered an exclamation of horror. "This is dreadful, indeed," she said, bursting again into tears. "To think of the great emperor being dead! What horrors and misfortunes have befallen us!" "It is bad for us, too, Roger. I was one of his favorite nieces, and I thought of going to him and obtaining his permission to marry you, in order that you should be received into the nation. Now that hope is gone. But I must leave you for a while, and go to Maclutha. I must not leave her longer, alone in her grief." Soon afterwards Cuitcatl entered the room. "Come, Roger," he said. "A meal has been prepared, and we both sorely need food and rest. Tomorrow we shall have time to talk over the future, and by that time I shall have news whether any of the Spaniards have escaped. If they have, I must hurry off again, for Cuitlahua has sworn that not one shall leave the country alive, and every man who can bear arms must take the field against them. But it will be an easy task, for, at any rate, few can have got off that causeway alive." Roger was glad, as soon as he had finished his meal, to throw himself down on a couch. He had been on guard the greater part of the night before the sortie to clear the street leading to the causeway, and had slept but an hour or two the following evening. He had lost a good deal of blood, from the blow he had received on the head, and from the arrow wounds, of which he had several, although none were serious, and he was now completely done up. Amenche stole away from Maclutha for a few minutes' talk with him and Cuitcatl while they had their meal, and after hearing an outline of the later events of the siege of the palace and of the fight on the causeway, she had herself insisted that Roger should instantly seek repose. "I shall be occupied with Maclutha, and there is much to see about in such times as these. There can be no pomp and ceremonial of burial. That must come when peace is restored, and we carry Cacama's ashes to be laid with his fathers at Tezcuco. Bathalda and some of the slaves have already started to bring in wood for the funeral pile. All will be ready by sunrise tomorrow." Roger's wounds were dressed by one of the slaves who was skilled in all operations connected with wounds, and he slept, without once waking, until Cuitcatl came to him in the morning, and bade him arise, as all was ready for the ceremony of Cacama's cremation. The rule in Mexico was that, on the death of anyone, the body was attired in the garments peculiar to his tutelary deity, but Cacama was dressed simply in the robe indicating his rank. "You see," Amenche said, when Roger joined them, "we have dressed him in a warrior's robes, not in those of a lord of Tezcuco, for we have none such here. Nor have we attired him in the garments of our god, for Cacama, as you know, worshipped chiefly the great unknown God, in whom his grandfather believed, who is lord of all the gods and of all the peoples, and who must be the same, Roger, that you white people worship." "No doubt he is the same," Roger said, "and I am glad, Amenche, that you and your brother have already come to love him. He is not lord of all gods, for he is the only God. There are none others. Some day, dear, when you come to England with me, a priest shall instruct you in all we know of him. But I see they are going to light the pile. What are all those pieces of paper that cover his body?" "They are charms, Roger, against the dangers of the unknown road he has to travel. It is the custom of the country, and we did not think it worth while to depart from it. It is also the custom to sacrifice numbers of slaves, and send them to be his attendants upon the road. But the unknown God hates all sacrifices of blood, and Cacama, although forced to yield to the power of the priests, would have had none, could he have helped it, in Tezcuco." Cuitcatl, as the oldest friend of the dead prince, applied a torch to the pile, which was composed for the most part of aromatic wood. Maclutha and Amenche broke into a plaintive hymn, in which their attendants and the females who had collected, in considerable numbers, from the neighboring villages, joined. Higher and higher rose the flames, the voices rising with them, until the dirge culminated in a loud wailing cry as the flames reached the corpse and hid it from view. Then the hymn recommenced, and continued until the pile had been burnt down. The mourners then re-entered the house, leaving the 2 or 3 priests who were present to collect the ashes, and to place them in a large gold vase, of which they would act as guardians, until the time came for its removal, in solemn procession, to Tezcuco. Cuitcatl took Roger aside. "I have bad news from Mexico," he said. "You were right, and I was mistaken. A portion of the Spaniards and Tlascalans succeeded in crossing the breaches in the causeway, and gaining the mainland. However, it is said that 2/3 of their number perished. As they have lost the terrible weapons that committed such destruction, they will be at our mercy. We know now that they are not invincible. Their terror has departed. Be assured that they will not escape us. They have reached land on the opposite side of the lake, and will have to make a great circuit, which will give us time to collect our forces. Kuatlahua has already dispatched a messenger to every town and village, ordering all to assemble under their chiefs, and to be prepared to march, at a moment's notice, when the rendezvous is settled upon. I would it had all been finished on the causeway, but there can be no doubt as to the result. At most there are but 400 whites and 4,000 Tlascalans, while we shall number over 100,000. They say the white men have lost not only their great guns, but those they carry on their shoulders, and that only 20 or 30 of their strange animals have survived. Therefore, this time we shall fight with something like equal arms, and shall overwhelm them as the sea overwhelms the rock. Your simile is an unfortunate one, Cuitcatl. The sea covers the rock, but when it retires the rock remains. Still, it does seem to me that, however valiantly the Spaniards may fight, they cannot withstand such terrible odds. But I cannot rejoice with you. You know that I abhor, as much as you do, the cruel massacre at the temple. My sympathies were with your people, while struggling to throw off the yoke that the Spaniards had imposed upon them. But I am white, like them. I know that many among them are noble men, and that much of the harm they have committed has been done from conscientious motives, just as your people have, from a desire to please the gods, offered up thousands of human victims every year. Much as they love gold, many of them, and certainly Cortez among them, think more of spreading their religion than they do of personal ambition, or even of gain. I have many acquaintances and some good friends among them, and I cannot think of their being all destroyed without regret and horror. I do not say that you are not justified in killing all, for your existence as a nation is at stake, but to me it is terrible. I can understand that, my friend, but nothing can avert their destruction. Now, as to yourself. Had it not been for Cacama's death, I should have said it were best that you should marry Amenche at once. But among us it would be most unseemly for a sister to think of marrying when her brother has but just died. "It is the same with us," Roger said. "A certain time must always pass, after the death of a near relative, before marriage. Besides, the present is no time for thinking of such a thing. My fate is altogether uncertain, and I own that I consider there is small ground for hope that I can escape from the present troubles. If, as seems certain now, the Spaniards are all destroyed, the people will more than ever venerate their gods, and the power of the priests will be almost unlimited. It is useless for me to try to deceive myself, Cuitcatl. I know your friendship, but you would not have the power to withstand the decision of the priests. They will never permit a single white man to remain alive in the land. Had Cacama lived, he might possibly have protected me, but I think that even his authority would have been insufficient to do so. If the Spaniards are destroyed, I have but one chance of my life, and that is to make my way down to the coast and to sail away with the Spaniards there." Cuitcatl was silent, for he felt the force of what Roger said. "If you go, you must not go alone," he replied at last. "Amenche would die were you to desert her." "I will assuredly take her, if she will accompany me," Roger said. "But I do not think that there is much chance of my escape, even in that way. The news of the destruction of the Spaniards will be carried, with the speed of the wind, down to the coast, and the tribes there will instantly rise and fall upon the Spaniards. Those who have been the most friendly with them will be the very first to take up arms against them, in order to make their peace with the Aztecs, and to avert their vengeance for the aid they have given the Spaniards. Long before we could reach the coast, the Spaniards there would either be killed or driven on board their ships." Cuitcatl could not deny the justice of Roger's reasoning. "There is nothing to do," the latter went on, "but to wait, at any rate, until this battle has taken place. Impossible as it seems, the Spaniards may yet extricate themselves from the toils. In which case I should join them. If not, and I find my escape by the coast cut off by the rising of the tribes there, the only thing that I can see is to take to the mountains, and to live there, as I did with Bathalda, on the proceeds of the chase. I might then, perhaps, in time, make my way to people in the far north who have not such reason as they have here for hating a man with a white skin. Or I might wait until the Spaniards send another expedition to carry out what Cortez has failed to accomplish." Leaving their fires burning, the remains of the Spanish army marched at midnight from the temple where they had enjoyed rest and had recruited their strength and spirits. The sick and wounded were placed in the center and carried on litters or on the backs of the porters, while others who were strong enough to sit upright rode on the horses behind the mounted soldiers. All night the march continued without disturbance, but in the morning large parties of natives were seen moving about. Tlacopan lay on the most westerly point of the lake, and the most direct route of the Spaniards would have been to keep along by its margin, but had they done so, they would have been liable to attack from the capital. As the troops could have poured out across the causeway Tepejacac and headed them there. They therefore struck off due north with the intention of passing to the west of Lake Xaltocan. The country was a broken one, and the Mexicans, gathering on the hills, rolled stones down upon them with volleys of arrows and darts. Sometimes they even ventured to descend into the plain and fall upon the rear of the column. As often as they did so, however, the little body of cavalry drove them off. The infantry column kept steadily on its way, though greatly harassed by the continued attacks. Day after day passed in this manner, the Spaniards being reduced to great straits from want of food, as the natives in the small towns and villages through which they passed carried off all provisions and stores, and the only food the soldiers could obtain were wild cherries and a few ears of corn that had been left by the harvesters. Sometimes a horse fell dead from exhaustion, and afforded a welcome supply of food. Many of the soldiers dropped, lifeless from fatigue and famine. Others, unable to keep up the march, fell behind and were captured by the enemy and carried off to furnish sacrifices for the gods. To lighten themselves, the soldiers threw away the gold, to obtain which they had dared so many dangers and suffered so many hardships. Life itself was at stake, and the precious metal had ceased to have any value in their eyes. Through those terrible days, Cortez, as usual, set a splendid example to his soldiers. He was in the front wherever danger threatened. He bore his full share of the hardships, and by his cheerfulness and calmness kept up the spirits of the soldiers, and cheered them by assuring them they might yet escape from the dangers that menaced them. The Tlascalans also behaved admirably, and appeared to bear no grudge whatever against the Spaniards for the sufferings which their alliance had brought upon them. Passing through the town of Cuautitlán and round the north of Lake Zampaco, they at last turned their faces east, and on the 7th day reached the edge of the plateau, and looked down upon the plains of Otompan. They were still but 30 miles in a direct line from the capital, but they had traversed fully 3 times that distance in their circuitous journey. During the last day's march, the numbers of the natives who surrounded them had considerably increased, and menacing shouts of the fate that awaited them greeted them as they marched along. The nature of the peril was not understood until, on reaching the crest from which they looked down on the valley of Otompan, they saw that it was filled with a mighty army, whose white cotton mail gave it, as one of their historians states, the appearance of being covered with snow. Here were all the levies that Cuitlahua had collected, The whole of the cities of the plains had sent in their quota, and the bright banners of the chiefs and nobles waved gaily over the snowy array of their followers. The numbers of the Mexicans were put down at varying amounts by the Spanish historians, some of them having them as high as 200,000, but it is probable that at least half that number were assembled to bar the march of the worn-out little force that surveyed them from the heights. Even the most hopeful and courageous of the Spaniards felt something like dismay as they viewed the tremendous array before them. Deprived of the weapons on which they had chiefly depended for victory, with their cavalry reduced to a mere handful, the prospect seemed indeed desperate. But there was no room for hesitation. They must cut a way through the enemy or die. Cortez addressed the troops in a short speech of encouragement. He reminded them that they had already won victories against enormous odds, and that numbers, indeed, were but of slight consequence when the arm of God was with them. Assuredly he, who had carried them safely through so many perils, would not now abandon them, and his own good cause to perish by the hand of these infidels. With steady step and in compact array, the little force descended the hill into the plain, and as soon as they reached the level ground, the Aztec host attacked them on all sides. The handful of cavalry, consisting almost entirely of the personal friends and officers of Cortez, cleared the way for the head of the column by repeated and desperate charges, while the infantry, with pike and sword, maintained a front that the Aztecs, although fighting with the greatest bravery, were unable to break. The Tlascalans fought as stoutly as the Spaniards. Their native land lay almost within sight, and the love of home and the remembrance of many a victory gained over the Aztecs animated them to rival the steadfastness of their white comrades. Yet, though unbroken, the little force was but as an island in the midst of an ocean. The attacks, although always repulsed, were constantly renewed. The gaps in the ranks of the enemy were filled up with fresh combatants, and as hour after hour went on, even the most hopeful in the Spanish band began to feel that the contest could have but one termination, and that they would be overcome, not so much by the arms of the Aztecs as by fatigue, thirst, and hunger. The cavalry had performed prodigies of valor. Breaking up into knots of threes and fours, they had charged into the dense crowd of the enemy, clearing a way for themselves with lance and sword, and by the weight of the horses and armor. But such charges could have but little effect on the fortunes of the day. The numbers of those they slew counted for nothing in such a host, and the lanes they made closed behind them, until, after making a circuit, they again joined the main body. For hours the fight raged. The Spanish battle cry, St. James and Our Lady, still rose sternly in answer to the triumphant yells of the Aztecs. Their front was still unbroken, but all felt that nothing, short of a miracle, could save them. Not one but was wounded in many places by the Aztec missiles. Their arms were weary with striking. The sun blazed down upon them with scorching heat. Their throats were parched with thirst. They were enfeebled by hunger. The Aztecs, seeing that their foes were becoming faint and wearied, that the horses of the cavaliers could scarce carry them, and that the end was approaching, redoubled their shouts, and pressed more heartily and eagerly than ever upon the Spaniards, driving the cavalry back by sheer weight into the ranks of the infantry. Cortez, at this supreme moment, still maintained his calmness. He saw that all was lost, unless a change was made, and that speedily. Another hour at latest, and the resistance would be over, and the brave men who had followed him be either dead or prisoners reserved for sacrifice. Throughout the day he had ordered his cavaliers to strike ever at the chiefs, knowing well that undisciplined bodies of men became lost without leaders. Raising himself in his stirrups, he looked round over the seething mass of the foe, and at some distance beheld a small body of officers, whose gay and glittering attire showed them to belong to the highest rank of nobles, gathered round a litter on which was a chief, gorgeously attired with a lofty plume of feathers floating above his head, rising above which was a short staff bearing a golden net. Cortez knew that this was the symbol carried by the Aztec commanders-in-chief. He called to his comrades, Sandoval, Olid, Alvarado, Avila, and the other cavaliers, and, pointing to the chief, cried, "There is our mark! Follow and support me." Then he spurred his wearied horse forward, and dashed into the throng, followed by his cavaliers. The fury and suddenness of the attack bore all before it. The compact little body of horsemen, shouting their battle cry, clove through the ranks of the enemy, making straight for the Indian commander, whose name was Cehuaca. In vain the Mexicans tried to bar the way. In vain, when after a few minutes of tremendous exertion Cortez reached his goal, the nobles and the bodyguard strove to defend their chief. Cortez, fighting with almost superhuman vigor, clove his way through all opposition, and with his lance ran through the Aztec general, and hurled him to the ground, when one of his followers, leaping from his horse, quickly dispatched him. The guard, appalled by the suddenness of the attack, broke and fled in all directions, scattering panic among the lately triumphant host. Scarce knowing what had happened, but feeling that some dreadful misfortune had occurred, and all was lost, the Aztecs were seized with a blind terror, and, breaking their ranks, thought only of escape. As if by magic, a victorious army was transformed into a flying mob. The Spaniards and Tlascalans took instant advantage of the change. Fatigue and thirst, wounds and exhaustion were forgotten. With shouts of triumph and vengeance, they broke their ranks and followed hotly upon the fugitives. These, impeded by their very numbers, and half mad with panic, offered no resistance whatever. Great numbers were overtaken and slain, and, when the Spaniards abandoned the pursuit at the summons of their leader's trumpet, and assembled round him, the field was covered with the bodies of their fallen foes. An hour was spent in gathering the booty from the bodies of the chiefs, of whom great numbers had fallen, and then, after offering up thanks to God for their marvelous deliverance, the army again renewed their march. It was already late in the afternoon, and they halted at sunset at a temple standing on an eminence, which afforded them shelter and a defensive position, should the Aztecs renew the assault. But of this there was little fear. Their defeat had been utter and complete. There was no chance of their rallying. The victory of Otompan was one of the most remarkable ever won. The discrepancy of numbers was immense. The Spaniards were unprovided with artillery or firearms, and owed their success to their discipline and bravery, and still more to the extraordinary valor and quick-sightedness of their leader. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 20, at Tlaxcala. Roger was sitting in the evening, conversing with Maclutha and Amenche on the probabilities of the battle that was expected to take place on that day, when Cuitcatl suddenly entered. His robe of bright featherwork was gone. The panache of floating plumes was shorn from his head. His white garment was stained with blood. He was overcome by exhaustion and grief. No words were needed to explain what had taken place. Impossible as it had seemed, the Aztec army had been defeated. A cry broke from the two ladies as he entered. "The white man's God has triumphed," he said, "and the Aztecs have been defeated. You were right, Roger. Mere handful as they were, the white men have gained the day. Even now, I hardly know how it came about. Never did my countrymen fight more bravely. For hours the Spaniards stood as a wall which we in vain tried to break. Thousands fell on our side, but not for a moment did we waver. Others took their places until, as the hours went on, the Spaniards grew weary, and victory seemed in our grasp. Their horsemen had charged through and through us, but though many chiefs were slain, it mattered little. The ranks closed up, and each time they fell back on their infantry, having achieved nothing. Their horses were weary, and their attacks grew more feeble. Already our cries of victory were raised. An hour more, and not a Spaniard would have remained on foot. Just at this time my command had been ordered up, and we were fighting in the front rank. Suddenly I heard, from all parts of the field, loud cries. What had happened I knew not. We stood for a moment irresolute, not knowing what had befallen us elsewhere. Then a panic seized my men. In vain I shouted and ordered. They were deaf to my voice. They were deaf to everything save fear. I was swept away with them, as a leaf on a stream. When at last I freed myself from the torrent and looked round, I saw that the whole army was in mad flight, while the whites and Tlascalans, like hounds in pursuit of deer, were hanging on their rear, slaughtering all they overtook. In vain I gathered a few men and made a stand. It was useless. We were beaten down and overpowered. With the greatest difficulty I broke away and escaped, and had it not been for Bathalda, who fought side by side with me, I should have been taken by 2 or 3 fleet-footed Tlascalans. For the present all is lost. The fight cannot be renewed tomorrow, and before the sun sets the enemy will have reached the borders of Tlascala and will be safe there. But what was it that caused so sudden a panic in your ranks? Roger asked. It was the death of Cahuaca, our leader. The Spanish horse, headed, as I hear, by their general himself, burst through our ranks, cut their way to his litter, overthrew his bodyguard, and slew him. His death would have mattered little, as the victory was already won. We needed no further orders. We had but to keep on fighting, and the end would soon have come. It was simply a panic. None knew what had happened. The word passed from man to man, "All is lost," and, like a herd of deer, our bravest soldiers fled. It is not a thing to reason about. The gods deserted us, and we were no longer men. That is all I can tell you about it. And the chief flung himself down upon a pile of rugs. Wine and food were brought to him, and his wounds dressed. "Roger," he said presently, "you must leave us tonight. Those of my followers who have escaped will soon make their way back, and my authority will be unable to save you. The priests would head the movement against you. You would be bound and carried to Mexico at once. The whites, in their march tomorrow, will pass along the road 4 miles to the north of this. Conceal yourself in a wood until morning, and join them as they come along. As to the future, you can make no plans now. You know not whether Cortez will retire to the coast and take ship there, or whether he will remain at Tlascala till reinforcements arrive from across the sea, and then again advance. When this is decided, you will know what course to take. Bathalda will accompany you. I have already given him orders to do so. He will bring down a message from you when you know what course has been decided on. And if you go, dear, I will go with you," Amenche said, rising and putting her hand on Roger's shoulder. "Send for me, and Bathalda will escort me to you. I will bring such gems and gold as we can carry, so I shall not be a bride without a dower. You promise to send for me, do you not, Roger?" "Certainly I do," Roger said, pressing her to him. "If I quit this land alive, you shall accompany me. I should be unworthy of your love, indeed, Amenche, were I to prove faithless to you now. I regard you as being as truly my wife as if we were already married." A short time afterwards Bathalda entered, and said that a number of soldiers were gathering in the courtyard, that some priests were among them, and that they were talking loudly about carrying the white man to Mexico as a sacrifice to appease the wrath of the gods. "There is no time to be lost," Cuitcatl said. "You had best go, Roger, before they surround the house and make an escape impossible. I will fetch you a dark-colored robe, so that you may escape, unseen, by anyone who may be approaching the house on this side." So saying, he left the room. Maclutha signed to Bathalda to follow her, and they went out, leaving Roger alone with Amenche. The girl's firmness deserted her now, and she threw herself weeping into Roger's arms. He consoled her by his assurances that their parting would not be for long, and that the next time they met, whatever the circumstances, he would make her his own. "If we retire, and you join me in Tlascala," he said, "we will be married by Father Almedo in Christian fashion. If I return hither to you, we will be married at once, in Mexican fashion, and go through the ceremony again when we join the Spaniards." A few minutes later Cuitcatl returned, as did Maclutha and Bathalda, the latter bearing a basket and some provisions. The parting was brief, for the servants had brought news that the soldiers were becoming more and more clamorous, and were threatening to force an entrance if the white man were not handed over to them. Bathalda and Roger left by a small door at the back of the house, and, passing through the garden, took their way across the country. An hour's walking brought them to a wood, near the road by which the Spaniards would travel in the morning, and there they sat down and awaited daylight. It was not until some hours after sunrise that the little army was seen approaching. On its flank were large bodies of natives, who, however, contented themselves by hovering at a distance, except where the ground was impracticable for the action of cavalry, when they approached near enough to discharge their missiles at the line of troops. As the head of the column approached, Roger threw on his Aztec cloak, and, accompanied by Bathalda, issued from the wood and ran towards them, and in 2 or 3 minutes reached the horsemen who rode in the van. "Why, Sancho!" Cortez exclaimed, as Roger ran up. "Is it you? We all thought you had fallen in the fight on the causeway. I am glad to see that you are safe. How did you escape?" "I was, like many others, your Excellency, seized by the Aztecs, pulled down the causeway, and thrown into a boat. I should have been taken to Mexico and sacrificed, had it not been that the commander of the boat was a young cazique who had been my closest friend while dwelling in Tezcuco. He directed his men to row me across the lake, and took me to his house, which is but 4 miles away from here. There I have remained, having my wounds cared for, until now. He took part in the fight at Otompan, and returned last evening with the news of your wonderful victory, and that you would pass along here this morning. I had a narrow escape last night, for some of the Aztec soldiers would have seized me and taken me a prisoner to Mexico, but the cazique aided me to escape, and gave me this follower of his as a guide. He is the same man who accompanied me in my flight from Tezcuco, and brought me to join you at Tlascala. I am right glad that you have escaped, Sancho. First, because every stout arm is sorely needed. Secondly, because Marina has grieved much for your loss. Truly, had you been her brother, she could not have been more affected. She is in the center of the column. You had best tarry here until she comes along, and then join her. She will be rejoiced to see you again." Marina was indeed delighted when she caught sight of Roger's tall figure, and greeted him with much emotion. As they walked together, she heard how he had escaped, and she related to him how she, under the guard of the Tlascalans, had survived the terrible fight on the causeway, and then gave him a full account of the great battle on the previous day. "And what are we going to do now?" Roger asked, when she had finished her narration. "Think you that we shall proceed to the coast and take ship for Europe?" Marina tossed her head scornfully. "You do not know Cortez," she said, "or you would not ask such a question. He is already thinking how he can return and capture the capital." "But unless he receives large reinforcements, that would seem impossible," Roger said. "You have yourself told me that, had it not been for the fall of the Mexican leader, nothing could have saved you from destruction. The Aztec loss was heavy, no doubt, but they can fill up their ranks and take the field again in a week or two, with a force as large as that which fought at Otompan. They will not be dispirited, for they will know that it was but an accident which deprived them of victory, and will no longer deem the Spaniards invincible." "It matters not," Marina said carelessly. "Cortez will manage things. Whatever he undertakes, that he will carry out." Late in the afternoon, the army arrived at the barrier across the road that marked the boundary of the Tlascalan territory. As they passed it, the native allies burst into cries of gladness, and the Spaniards joined in the shout, for to them, too, it seemed that their dangers were at an end, and that they had reached rest and abundance. Cortez and the leaders, however, were by no means sanguine as to the reception they should meet with. Their alliance had brought misfortune upon the Tlascalans. Little more than 1,000 out of the 8,000 men who had marched with them had returned to tell the tale. The rest had fallen in the defense of the palace, in the fighting in the streets of Mexico, in the passage of the causeway, or in the battle of Otompan. What would the Tlascalans think when they saw the broken remnant of the army which had marched out so proudly, and knew that they brought on themselves the bitter enmity of the whole of the people of Anahuac? Might they not well be tempted to avert the wrath of the Aztecs by falling upon the strangers whose alliance had cost them so dearly? At the place at which they halted for the night, a town of some 15,000 inhabitants, they were so kindly received by the natives that these apprehensions were somewhat laid to rest. The people came out to meet them, invited them to their houses, and treated them with the greatest hospitality. Here they remained 3 days, resting after their terrible fatigues. They were visited here by Maxica, the most influential of the 4 great chiefs of the Tlascalans. He had been their most cordial friend on their first arrival, and his sentiments were in no wise changed by the misfortunes that had befallen them. Indeed, his admiration for them was heightened by the manner in which they had withstood the whole power of the Aztec nation. The cordial greeting given to them by one whose counsels were of the highest authority in the Tlascalan nation restored the confidence of Cortez, and he accepted the invitation to continue his march at once to the capital, which was some 15 miles away. The sick and wounded were placed in hammocks, which were carried on the shoulders of the friendly natives, and as the army approached the capital, crowds of people flocked out to meet them, with cries of welcome, and escorted them into the city. Cortez and his officers took up their abode in the palace of Maxisca, and the rest of the army were quartered in that part of the city over which he exercised special authority. Here they remained for some weeks, during which the wounded recovered from their injuries, the sick regained their strength in the bracing mountain air, and the whole army shook off the effects of the terrible hardships they had undergone while retreating from Mexico. Cortez, during this time, was confined to his couch. The wound on the hand, which he had received in the conflict in the capital, had been so inflamed and aggravated that he had lost the use of 2 fingers, and he had, in the retreat, received 2 severe wounds in the head, one of which became so inflamed from inattention and from the fatigue and excitement he had gone through that a portion of the bone had to be removed, and the general lay for some time at the point of death. The news came in a day or two after the army reached its resting place that a party of 5 horsemen and 40 foot, who had gone forward in charge of invalids and treasure from Tlascala, had all been massacred, and 12 other soldiers, marching in the same direction, had also been killed. Upon the other hand, they heard that all was quiet on the coast, and the friendly demeanor of the natives there was in no way changed. Roger, seeing that for a time nothing could be done, and that the troops were all eager to retire to the coast, dispatched Bathalda a few days after his arrival at Tlascala to Amenche to say that he considered it certain that the Spaniards would retire, and that if she would come up to him in charge of Cuitcatl, whose safety he could guarantee, while in Tlascalan territory, they might be united, as Malinche had promised to obtain the consent of Cortez, who always encouraged marriages between his followers and the natives. Before leaving, Bathalda handed to Roger a small bag. "This," he said, "Maclutha gave to me for you. It was for that purpose she drew me aside before you started. She bade me not deliver it to you unless I was compelled to part from you. It contains some of the principal jewels taken from the treasure house, and she said they might make you and the princess rich when you reach home. They are useless to her. She has no children, and now that Cacama has gone, it is not to her who rules over Tezcuco. Moreover, these are but a small portion of the treasure in her possession." Roger sent his warm thanks to Maclutha, and after Bathalda had started, examined the contents of the bag, which he saw at once were very valuable, consisting of large pearls, diamonds, and other gems. On the evening of the second day after starting, Bathalda returned alone. "I have very bad news," he said, "so bad that I hardly like to tell it. 4 days since, an officer and guard arrived from Mexico with orders to arrest Cuitcatl, who was reported by the priests in the neighborhood to have harbored a white man and to have permitted him to escape. Maclutha and Amenche were also arrested, and though treated with every personal courtesy, were conducted to Mexico, where the officials said they were, for the present, to remain in seclusion in the royal palace." Roger was stupefied by the news. What was to be done he knew not. To desert Amenche was not to be thought of, and yet he saw no way of rejoining her, still less of rescuing her. In the present excited state of the Aztec population, it would be certain death to venture beyond the frontier of Tlascala. He regarded his height now as the greatest misfortune. Had he been short and slight, he would have disguised himself as a Mexican, and under the guidance of Bathalda have made his way to the capital. But with a figure which would be instantly remarked wherever he went, this would be impossible. He entered the palace and sent in an urgent message to Malinche, who was nursing Cortez. She listened patiently to his narrative. "I pity you, Roger," she said, when he had finished, "but there is nothing to be done." "But I cannot march away and leave her," he said. "Rather than that, I will disguise myself and take all risks, even though I know that I must fail." "You must have patience, Roger," she said. "Cortez will, I feel sure, recover." "But if so, it will only be to march down to the coast," Roger broke in. "The whole army are eager to be off, before the Mexicans can gather their forces and be ready to fall upon them." "The army may think what it likes and wish what it likes," Malinche said quietly. "I am sure that Cortez will not go down to the coast, and what he wills, he does. The others may grumble, but Cortez leads them like tame deer. When he is well enough to speak to them, they will listen and obey him. His thoughts, ill as he is, are all of a fresh march to Mexico." Hitherto, Roger had been as desirous as any of his comrades of a return to the coast. It had seemed to him that there was no possibility of success, and he longed to be on his way to Europe with his Indian bride. But now everything was changed. He had come to have a faith in Cortez, almost as absolute as that entertained by the general's devoted followers, and he well knew that, if he still thought there was a possibility of a successful march to Mexico, that march would be made. He now, therefore, waited with impatience for Cortez to be on his feet again. But the waiting was long and tedious. 4 weeks passed before the general was again himself. As soon as he became convalescent, the regulations which he issued for the army and the orders that he sent to the coast for every available man to be sent up to reinforce him showed the soldiers that he had no intentions of retiring, and a remonstrance was signed by a large number of officers and soldiers against a further stay in the country. But Cortez was not shaken. He prayed them not to discredit the great name they had won, nor to leave their glorious enterprise for others, more daring, to finish. How could they, with honor, desert their allies who, at their persuasion, had taken up arms and had shared their fortunes, and so leave them to the vengeance of the Aztecs? To retreat now would be but to proclaim their weakness and give confidence to their foes. If, however, there were any who preferred going home to the glory of this great enterprise, then in God's name let them go. He would feel stronger, but with a few brave spirits with him, than if surrounded by a host of false or cowardly men. The troops of Narvaez had been the loudest in their complaints, but they were silenced now by the enthusiasm with which the soldiers of Cortez responded to the appeal of their leader, and all agreed to postpone their departure for the present. A fresh source of danger speedily arose. 6 Aztec ambassadors arrived, bearing presents, and inviting the Tlascalans to forget old animosities and to enter into a treaty with them. All the nations of Anahuac, they urged, should make common cause in defense of their country. And they conjured them, by their common religion, not to allow the white men to escape from their hands, but to sacrifice them at once to their gods. These proposals were made at a solemn council, called to receive them. There had, even before the arrival of the ambassadors, been a strong party in Tlascala who viewed the Spaniards with hostility as the authors of the heavy losses they had suffered, and as becoming, by their continued stay there, a burden to the state. The head of this party was the young chief Xicotencatl, who had led the Tlascalan armies in the desperate resistance they offered to the Spaniards on their first coming. When the ambassadors had made their offers, he rose and urged his hearers to assent to the proposal, saying that it were better to unite with their kindred and those of their own language, faith, and custom than with these fierce strangers. The young warriors enthusiastically agreed, but happily for the Spaniards, the 4 great chiefs, one of whom was the father of Xicotencatl, were opposed to the proposal. Maxixca especially combated the idea. The Aztecs, he said, are always false in speech and false in heart. It is fear that drives them now to offer their friendship to the Tlascalans, and when the cause for fear has passed, they will again be hostile. What? Are we to sacrifice the white men to the gods, the men who have fought with us side by side against our enemies, and who are now our guests? Were we to act thus, it would be an act of the grossest perfidy. Xicotencatl replied, but Maxixca, losing his temper, seized him, and, with sudden violence, thrust him from the chamber. So unusual a step so astonished the assembly that it silenced all opposition, and the alliance with the Mexicans was unanimously rejected. Confident now that the Tlascalans were to be trusted, Cortez sent out expeditions, composed of his own men and bodies of the allies, and inflicted terrible punishment on the districts where the isolated parties of Spaniards had been cut off and destroyed. and defeated the natives in several hardly fought battles, capturing their towns and enslaving the inhabitants. Having thus restored the confidence of his followers and allies, he prepared for a forward movement. Martin Lopez, shipbuilder to the expedition, had escaped the slaughter on the causeway, and he now ordered him to build at Tlascala 13 ships, which could be taken to pieces and carried on the shoulders of the Indians to be launched on Lake Tezcuco. The sails, rigging, and ironwork were to be brought from the coast, where they had been stored since Cortez had sunk his ships. The Tlascalans placed a great number of men at the shipbuilders' disposal. Timber was cut from the forest. Pitch, an article unknown to the natives, obtained from the pines. New arms were manufactured. Powder was made, with sulphur obtained from the volcanoes. And the work, heavy though it was rapidly brought to a conclusion. While it was going on, however, a terrible scourge swept over the country. Smallpox, a disease hitherto unknown there, broke out on the seacoast and swept across Mexico, carrying off great numbers, among the victims being Maxisca, the faithful friend of the Spaniards, and Cuitlahua, Montezuma's successor. The latter was succeeded by Guatemozin, nephew of the last two monarchs, who had married his cousin, one of Montezuma's daughters. Like Cuitlahua, he was a gallant prince, and had distinguished himself greatly in the attacks on the Spaniards in Mexico. He continued the preparations Cuitlahua had begun for the defense, but, like him, was greatly hampered by the fact that a large proportion of the tribes recently conquered by the Aztecs had seized the opportunity, caused by the confusion in the empire, to throw off their allegiance, the royal orders being really obeyed only by the population of the Valley of Mexico itself. Before starting on his march towards Mexico, Cortez permitted several of his companions, who were disinclined to face a renewal of the trials and hardships they had suffered, to leave, placing his best ship at their disposal. Their loss was more than made up by the capture of 2 vessels sent by Velasquez, who was ignorant of the fate which had befallen Narvaez, and who considered it certain that Cortez was a prisoner in his hands. The ships sailed into port, where the captains and crews were at once seized, and were then easily persuaded to join Cortez. 2 ships fitted out by the governor of Jamaica also put into port to repair damages after a storm, and their crews were also persuaded by the liberal promises of Cortez to abandon their service and join him. He thus received a reinforcement of at least 150 well-armed men, together with 50 horses. But this was not the end of the good fortune of Cortez. A merchant ship laden with arms and military stores touched at Cuba, and the captain, hearing of the discoveries in Mexico, thought that he should find a good market there. He therefore sailed to Vera Cruz, where his ship and cargo were purchased by Cortez, and the crew swelled the force under him. By Christmas, everything was ready for the advance. The army now amounted to 600 men, 40 of whom were cavalry, with 80 musketeers and crossbow men. It had also 9 cannon taken from the ships. The force of the native allies which joined them was estimated at from 110,000 to 150,000, and consisted not only of the Tlascalan troops, but of those of Cholula, Tepeaca, and other neighboring towns, who, after their defeat by Cortez, had submitted themselves to the Spanish rule. But Cortez had no idea of taking all these with him, as it would be difficult to obtain provisions for such a host, and he left them behind to bring on the vessels when completed, and to aid in further operations. He himself marched with the Spaniards and a small body of allies, and reached Tezcuco without opposition. The prince whom Montezuma had appointed to succeed Cacama, fearing the vengeance of the population, had fled to Tlascala, but returning in hopes of finding a party there in his favor, was seized and put to death by Coanaco, another brother who had been recognized as king by the Tezcucans. When the Spaniards approached the city, they found it almost entirely deserted, the inhabitants having fled across the lake to Mexico. Their ruler had accompanied them, and Cortez appointed another brother in his place. This prince lived but a few months, and was succeeded by another member of the royal house, the prince who had, during Cacama's lifetime, obtained a large portion of his dominion, and who proved a valiant and faithful ally of the Spaniards in their struggle with his countrymen. The Tezcucans gradually returned after Cortez had nominated a new sovereign, and Cortez at once set a large number of them to dig a canal from the town itself to the lake, so that the men putting together the ships could labor under his very eye. Several of the cities round sent in to make their submission, and a week after his arrival Cortez marched, with a body of Spaniards and allies, against Iztapalapan, a town of 50,000 inhabitants, lying near the narrow tongue of land dividing the Great Lake from that of Xochicalco. The natives came out to meet them, and fought bravely, but were driven into the city. The greater part of those who could not escape were slaughtered. While engaged in the work of plunder, the Spaniards were alarmed by a rush of water, the natives having broken the bank of the Great Lake. The troops, with the greatest difficulty, escaped with their lives, many of the allies being drowned. The fate of Iztapalapan excited consternation among the other cities, and many sent in to make their submission, among them Otompan and Chalco. Not only had the Mexican empire fallen to pieces by the detachment of its distant provinces, but even near home long smoldering rivalries broke into flame. The Aztecs were but a small portion, even of the people of the Valley of Mexico, and the greater portion of these were glad to take advantage of the distress of the capital to break up the union that had so long existed. Cortez, by promises and presents, assisted the work. After some weeks' stay at Tezcuco, the news came that the ships were all completed and ready to be carried down, and 200 foot and 15 horse, under the command of Sandoval, were sent to escort them. But scarcely had he reached the frontier of Tlascala than he saw a vast procession advancing. The ships had already been put together and tried on a lake among the hills, and now were being brought down in pieces by an immense number of porters, with a great military escort. Sandoval sent the larger portion of the Indian escort home, but kept 20,000 of the best warriors. After 4 days of painful labor, the host of porters and fighting men reached Tezcuco. It was indeed an immense undertaking that had been accomplished, for the whole of the wood and ironwork of 13 ships had to be carried for upwards of 60 miles over a difficult and mountainous country. A few days later Cortez took half of his Spanish force and the whole of his allies, and started on an expedition to reconnoiter the capital, and to punish some of the towns which had returned insolent answers in reply to his summons. The town of Xaltocan, standing on an island, was first attacked. The dike leading to it was found to be cut through, and the Spaniards, for a time, suffered greatly. They found a ford, however, reached the town, and put all who resisted to the sword. 3 other towns, which had been deserted by their inhabitants, were occupied and sacked. They then marched against Tlacopan, and after a battle outside the town, occupied the suburbs. Another hot fight was necessary before the town was fully taken. Here the Spaniards halted for some days, fighting almost daily with the Aztecs. In one encounter, Cortez allowed himself to be decoyed on to the great causeway, upon which he had before suffered such disaster. When he was halfway across, the Aztecs turned, reinforcements arrived from the city, swarms of canoes attacked the Spaniards in flank, and it was only after desperate fighting and some loss that they regained the mainland. Having accomplished their object, the force returned to Tezcuco, greatly harassed on the march by the enemy. Other expeditions were undertaken. During these events, the work of putting together the vessels was continued, and to the great satisfaction of the Spaniards, news reached them from the coast of the arrival of 3 ships with reinforcements, 200 men, 70 or 80 horses, arms, and ammunition. When these reached Tezcuco, Cortez felt confident that he should now be able to overcome all opposition. On the 5th of April, he again started on an expedition. Passing through some deep gorges, he attempted to carry a mountain fortress, but was repulsed, with loss, from the volleys of stones and rocks rolled down upon the assailants. After several other battles, they neared Xochimilco, one of the richest of the Aztec towns. Like Mexico, it stood in the water, but at a small distance from the edge of the lake. This was only captured after desperate fighting, Cortez himself having a narrow escape of his life. The next morning at dawn, great numbers of Aztecs landed from canoes and fell upon the Spaniards, and it was only after a long and desperate struggle that the latter gained the day. They now continued their march to Tlacopan, the enemy following closely and striking whenever they saw an opportunity, and the troops were glad indeed when they again reached Tezcuco. By this time the canal was finished and the ships were put together, and after discovering and punishing another conspiracy against his life, Cortez gave orders for the fleet to advance. Solemn mass was held, and then the vessels, in the sight of an enormous concourse of people, dropped down the canal, one after the other, and reached the lake. Cortez mustered his men and found that he had 87 horse, 818 foot, of which 118 were musketeers or crossbowmen, 3 large iron field pieces, and 15 light brass guns. 300 of the men were told off to man the ships. The Indian confederates arrived punctually, 50,000 Tlascalans, and a vast number of levies from the other tribes. The army was divided into 3 corps. One was to take up its post under Alvarado at Tlacopan. Another, under Olid, was to aid in capturing the causeway, while Sandoval had command of the third, whose movements were to be determined by circumstances. Cortez himself took charge of the fleet. A quarrel arose between a Spanish soldier and a Tlascalan chief, who was a relation of Xicotencatl, who at once left the army and started for Tlascala. He had always been bitterly hostile to the Spaniards, and Cortez saw that, unless the movement was stopped, it might become very serious. He sent a party of natives after him, with instructions to prevail upon him, if possible, to return. He refused to do so. Cortez dispatched a body of cavalry in pursuit, arrested him in Tlascala, brought him down to Tezcuco, and there hung him in the sight of his own countrymen. The divisions of Alvarado and Olid met with no resistance in establishing themselves at Tlacopan. They cut the reservoir that supplied the city with fresh water, the great lake being salt. The next day the 2 divisions marched on to the causeway to make themselves masters, if possible, of the first bridge. The natives pursued their former tactics, desperately defending barricades thrown across the causeway, and attacking the invaders with a crowd of missiles from canoes. After a long and obstinate fight, the Spaniards and their allies were obliged to fall back with considerable loss, and Olid drew off with his division to his station commanding the other causeway. Iztapalapan having been again occupied by the enemy, Sandoval's division attacked them by land, while Cortez with his fleet lay off the shore. After capturing the town, Cortez turned his attention to the canoes of the natives, which darkened the surface of the lake. At this moment a fresh breeze sprang up, and the ships, spreading their canvas, dashed amongst the canoes, overturning and destroying great numbers, while the cannon tore others to pieces, with discharges of bullets, and comparatively few succeeded in regaining the city. It was now getting nearly dark, and the fleet coasted along the great southern causeway to the fort of Zolok, where another branch of the causeway joined the main dike. The fort was feebly garrisoned. Cortez landed his soldiers and carried it by storm. Here he established his headquarters, landing some of the cannon from the ships to strengthen the position. He was now within half a league of the city, and 2 out of the 3 great approaches were already in his hands. Night and day the natives attacked the garrison, but the ships and the guns in positions repulsed their assaults. After some days' delay, a simultaneous attack was made by the Spaniards. 2 of the ships, one on each side of the causeway, advanced abreast of the army, sweeping the dike with their fire. The enemy were driven back, and Cortez, passing gap after gap, reached the island on which the city stood. Behind them, as they advanced, the native allies filled up the breaches and made them practicable for artillery and cavalry, and as soon as the work was completed, the Spaniards who had already passed were reinforced by large numbers of their allies. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 21, A Victim for the Gods. The street which the Spaniards entered after leaving the causeway intersected the city from north to south. It was broad and perfectly straight, and from the roofs of the houses which lined it, a storm of missiles was poured on the Spaniards as they advanced. Cortez set the allies to work to level the houses as fast as the Spaniards won their way along the street. This they did until they reached the first canal. The bridge here had been broken down, and after the Indians had crossed, the temporary planks were pulled after them, and they joined their countrymen behind a solid rampart of stone erected on the other side of the canal. It was not until after 2 hours' hard fighting and the use of artillery that this obstacle was cleared away, and the Spaniards, wading across the canal, pressed forward without further resistance until they reached the great square, on one side of which stood the palace they had so long occupied. The Aztecs, disheartened at the manner in which all the defenses on which they relied had been captured by the Spaniards, and by their presence in the heart of the city, for some time desisted from their efforts. But they were roused to fury as a body of Spaniards rushed up the winding terraces to the summit of the great temple and hurled the priests from its summit. Then, with a yell of fury, they threw themselves upon their enemies. Their headlong rush swept the Spaniards back into the square, when they were attacked by bodies of natives pouring down every street. For once the Spaniards lost their presence of mind, fell into disorder, and were swept before the torrent down the street which they had just traversed. In vain Cortez attempted to stem the stream. The panic spread to the allies, and the whole mass were flying before the natives, when a body of cavalry came up and plunged into the crowd. The natives were shaken by the appearance of the enemies they feared so much, and Cortez, taking advantage of the confusion, rallied his followers and again drove the Aztecs back into the square. Night was now at hand, and, dragging off the cannon which had been abandoned in their flight, the force marched off in good order, though hotly pressed by the natives, and retired to Zolok. Alvarado and Sandoval also succeeded in crossing their respective causeways, but neither of them could penetrate into the city. The attack had failed, but it had strengthened the position of the Spaniards, for, seeing the speedy manner in which they had overcome all the defenses erected by the Mexicans, many of the cities which had hitherto stood aloof now sent in their submission and supplied levies to assist them in their work, while Ixtlilxochitl, who had now become Lord of Tezcuco and was a strong adherent of the Spaniards, brought up a force of 50,000 Tezcucans, who were divided among the three armies. Another simultaneous attack was now made, the advance along the causeway being, as before, covered by the ships, but the enemy fought stoutly, and some hours elapsed before the Spaniards again entered the city. The advance was now more easy than on the previous occasion, owing to the destruction of the buildings bordering the streets. The natives, however, still fought with the greatest obstinacy, but the great square was at last reached. Thinking to discourage the natives by the destruction of some of the principal edifices, Cortez ordered the palace, which had served as the former barracks, to be set on fire, as also the house of birds adjoining Montezuma's palace, and those were soon a mass of flames. The Aztecs, however, were infuriated rather than intimidated, and the fight raged with greater fury than ever. Having accomplished his object, Cortez again gave the order to fall back, and, covered by the cavalry, retired down the street, so desperately assailed by the natives that but few men reached the fort unwounded. Day after day the same tactics were repeated, the Mexicans every night repairing the breaches cleared out every day by the Spanish allies. Cortez found it impossible to guard the causeway and prevent this, the soldiers being already overcome by the fatigue of their daily encounters. Alvarado's division, however, held at night the ground they won in the daytime. But the troops suffered dreadfully from the incessant toil, and from the rain, which poured down in torrents. The soldiers of Cortez fared little better, for the buildings in the fort of Xoloc afforded shelter but to few, and the rest had to sleep on the causeway in its rear, exposed to all the tempestuous weather. Frequently, too, they were called up to battle, for the Aztec emperor, contrary to the usual practice of his countrymen, frequently attacked by night, often making simultaneous attacks on the three divisions on the causeways, while at the same moment troops from the neighboring towns attacked their camps in the rear. He did not content himself with open attacks, but resorted to stratagem. On one occasion he had a large number of canoes in ambuscade among some tall reeds bordering the lake. Several large boats then rowed near the Spanish vessels. Believing that they were filled with provisions intended for the city, two of the smaller vessels pursued them. The Aztec boats made for the reeds. The Spaniards followed, and presently struck upon submerged timbers the Indians had driven in. They were instantly attacked by the whole fleet of canoes. Most of the men were wounded, and several, including the two captains, slain, and one of the Spanish craft captured. It was now 3 months since the siege had begun, and the attitude of the Mexicans was as bold and defiant as ever. Several attempts which Cortez had made to open negotiations with the young emperor had been received with scorn. It was certain that, sooner or later, famine would do its work, for the approaches to the city were all in the hands of the Spaniards, and as the towns of the lake were either friendly or overawed by the great army of their allies, even the canoes, which at first made their way in at night with provisions, had ceased to steal across in the darkness. The great native levies were of little use to the Spaniards in the absolute fighting, but they did good service by overawing the towns, making expeditions against the tribes that had not yet consented to throw in their lot with the invaders, and by sweeping in provisions from a wide extent of country. But to wait until famine did its work little suited the spirit of the Spaniards. The process would assuredly be a long one, for men who fought so stoutly would resist starvation with equal tenacity. Besides, the duration of the siege was already beginning to excite discontent among the allies, whose wars were generally of very short duration. The Spaniards, too, were suffering from severe illness brought on by fatigue, exposure, and hardship. It was now determined to make a grand effort to obtain possession of the great market of Tlatelolco, which lay on the northwestern part of the city. Its possession would enable the force of Cortez to join hands with those of Alvarado and Sandoval, and the spacious market itself, with its halls and porticos, would furnish accommodation for the army, and enable them to attack the city at close quarters, instead of having to fight their way every day along the causeway. Sandoval was to join Alvarado, sending 70 picked troops to support Cortez, advancing along the causeway, and supported not only by the ships, but by a countless host of canoes filled with the allies of the lake cities, who penetrated the canals and caused confusion in the rear of the Aztecs. The division of Cortez cleared the suburbs of their opponents, and then advanced towards the square of Tlatelolco by 3 great streets. Alderete commanded the force that advanced by the main central avenue. This was a raised causeway, with canals running on either side of the road. Tapia and a brother of Alvarado commanded one of the other columns, while Cortez led the third. A small body of cavalry, with 3 guns, remained in reserve in the great street leading to the causeway, and here the column were to rally in case of disaster. The 3 columns advanced simultaneously. The Spanish pressed the Aztecs back before them. Their allies filled up the canals as they took them, one by one. The Tlascalans stormed the houses and attacked the enemy on their roofs, while the canoes engaged those of the Aztecs, and so prevented them from interfering with the men occupied in filling up the breaches. The parallel streets were near enough to each other for the Spaniards to hear the shouts of their companions in the other columns, and to know that all were gaining ground steadily. The enemy in the streets fought with less obstinacy than usual, and Cortez, with his usual keen-sightedness, at once apprehended that the feebleness of the resistance indicated some device, and that the Aztecs were allowing them to advance only to lead them into a trap. He had received a message from Alderete saying that he was getting on fast, and that he was but a short distance from the great square. Fearing that this officer, eager to be the first to gain the marketplace, was not taking proper precautions to secure his retreat, Cortez, with a small body of troops, retraced his steps and turned up the street by which Alderete's column had advanced. He had gone but a short distance when he saw that his stringent orders had been neglected, for he came upon an opening some 30 feet wide, full of water at least 12 feet deep. A slight attempt only had been made to stop the gap, and stones and timber lying by the side showed that it had been abandoned as soon as commenced. The general saw, too, that the road had been narrowed as it approached this point, and that the work had evidently been recently done. Much alarmed at the consequence of this neglect, he at once set his men to fill up the breach. But they had scarcely begun the operation when a terrific yell arose, drowning the mingled clamor of the distant conflict. Alderete had, as Cortez supposed, pressed on the retreating Aztecs with too great eagerness. He had carried the barricades which defended the breach, and had given orders that the chasm should be filled up. But in their eagerness to be first in the square, the Spaniards had pressed on, none caring to stop to see that the allies carried out the order. So, taking position after position, they pressed on until they were close to the square. Suddenly, the horn of Guatemozin, the emperor, sent forth a piercing note from the summit of a temple. As if by magic, the retreating Aztecs turned and fell on their pursuers, while swarms of warriors from the adjoining streets, lanes, and corners attacked the advancing column. Taken completely by surprise, bewildered by the suddenness and fury of the onslaught, appalled by the terrific war yells, smitten down by the rain of missiles from the Aztecs, the Spaniards fell into confusion, and were swept down the street like foam on the crest of a wave. In vain their leaders attempted to rally them. Their voices were drowned in the din, and their followers, panic-stricken, now thought only of preserving their lives. On they came until they reached the edge of the cut. Here some plunged in, others were pushed in by the pressure from behind. Those who could swim were pulled down by their struggling comrades. Some got across and tried to climb the slippery side of the dike, but fell back and were seized by the Aztecs, whose canoes now dashed up and added to the confusion by hurling a storm of missiles into the crowd. Cortez, with his little party, kept his station on the other side of the breach. They were already surrounded by Aztecs, who had landed on the causeway behind them, but held their ground desperately and endeavored, as far as possible, to assist their comrades to climb out of the water. Cortez was speedily recognized, and storms of missiles were poured upon him, but these glanced harmlessly from his helmet and armor. 6 of the Aztecs threw themselves upon him together, and made a desperate effort to drag him into their boat. In the struggle he received a severe wound in the leg, and fell. Olid, one of his followers, sprang to his rescue, severed the arm of one of the natives, and ran another through the body, and being joined by a comrade named Lerma and by a Tlascalan chief, stood over the body of Cortez and drove off his foes, dispatching 3 more of his assailants. But Olid fell, mortally wounded, by the side of his leader. Quinones, the captain of the guard, with several of his men, now fought his way up, lifted Cortez from the water, and laid him on the road. One of his pages brought up his horse, but fell, wounded, in the throat by a javelin. Guzman, the chamberlain, then seized the bridle and held it while Cortez was helped into the saddle, but was himself seized by the Aztecs and carried off in a canoe. Cortez, wounded as he was, would still have fought on, but Quinones, taking his horse by the bridle, turned it to the rear, exclaiming that his leader's life was too important to the army to be thrown away there. The mass of fugitives poured along the causeway. The road was soft, and was so cut up that it was knee-deep in mud, and in some places the water of the canals beside it met across it. Those on the flanks were often forced, by the pressure, down the slippery sides, and were instantly captured and carried off by the canoes of the enemy. Cortez's standard-bearer was among those who fell in the canal, but he succeeded in recovering his footing and saved the standard. At last the fugitives reached the spot where the cannon and cavalry had been placed in reserve. Here Cortez rallied them, and charged the Aztecs with the little body of horse, while the artillery opened a hot fire upon them. He then sent orders to the other 2 columns to fall back, and, when these had rejoined him, the division retired, Cortez covering the movement with the cavalry. As soon as they were freed from the city, Tapia was sent round on horseback to acquaint the other commanders of the failure. They had advanced at the same time as Cortez, and had on their side nearly gained the square, when they too were startled by the blast of Guatimozon's horn, and by the terrible yell that followed it. Then they heard the sound of battle, which had before been clearly audible, roll away in the distance, and knew that the division of Cortez had been driven back. In a short time the attack upon themselves increased in fury, as the troops who had been engaged with Cortez returned and joined in the attack upon them. 2 or 3 bloody heads were thrown among them, with shouts of "Malinzin!" Although Sandoval and Alvarado did not credit the death of their commander, they felt that it was useless to persevere, and indeed were unable to withstand the furious assaults of the Aztecs. With great difficulty they drew off their troops to the entrenchment on the causeway, and here the guns of the ships, sweeping the road, drove back their assailants. The greatest anxiety prevailed as to the fate of Cortez, until Tapia arrived, bleeding from several wounds which he had received from parties of men whom Guatimozon had stationed to interrupt the communication between the 2 camps. Sandoval at once rode round. He too was attacked on the road, but his armor and that of his horse protected him from the missiles showered upon them. On arriving at the camp, he found the troops much dispirited. Numbers had been killed and wounded, and no less than 62 Spaniards, with a multitude of allies, had fallen into the hands of the enemy. Indeed, the column around Alderete had been almost entirely destroyed, and 2 guns and 7 horses had been lost. Cortez explained to his follower the cause of the disaster, and showed Sandoval that, as he should be unable to take the field for a few days, he must take his place and watch over the safety of the camps. Roger Hawkshaw had borne his full share in the desperate conflicts that had taken place. In the previous combats he had fought only to preserve his own life, but now he was eager for the fray. His friend Cuitcatl and his promised bride were prisoners in Mexico, and he fought now to deliver them. It was nearly a year from the time when he had first retreated along the fatal causeway, and in that time his frame had broadened out and his strength increased, and so terrible were the blows he dealt that Cortez himself had several times spoken to him in terms of approval of his valor, and had appointed him to be one of his own bodyguard. He had stood beside him at the edge of the breach, and had done good service there. "You fight like a paladin," Cortez said, as Roger cut down 3 natives who had rushed upon him. "But see, Sancho, put up your sword for a minute, and take up that pike. If you hand the end to those poor fellows in the water, your strength will be sufficient to haul them up." Roger at once set to at the work of saving life, and dragged more than a score of men who would otherwise have been drowned. He heard the cry which was raised when Cortez was attacked, and throwing down his pike and drawing his sword, turned to rush to his assistance. But at this moment 2 Mexicans threw themselves upon him. His foot slipped in the mud, and in another moment he and his 2 assailants were rolling down the deep bank into the water. With a mighty effort he freed himself from their grasp, and, gaining the bank, tried to climb up. But a canoe dashed up alongside. A dozen Mexicans threw themselves upon him, and, with a triumphant shout, drew him into the boat, which at once paddled off from the scene of conflict. Roger, as he lay at the bottom of the canoe, felt that all hope was over. He knew that the Aztecs never spared a captive taken in war, and that all who fell into their hands were destined for the altars of their gods. He regretted deeply that he had not fallen in battle, but determined that at any rate he would not die tamely, and resolved that, rather than be slaughtered in cold blood on the altar when the time came, he would offer so desperate a resistance that they would be forced to kill him. Passing along several canals, the canoe stopped at some stairs. Roger was taken out and led through a shouting crowd to a great temple, where he was thrust into a prison room already occupied by several Spaniards. Their numbers increased until they amounted to 20. Few words were spoken among the prisoners. Their arms were free, but their legs firmly secured with ropes, and 10 armed Aztecs kept watch over them, to see that they made no attempt to unfasten their bonds. One of the prisoners, Roger saw, to his regret, was his friend Juan. He was severely wounded in several places, as indeed was Roger himself, although in the excitement of the battle he had scarce noticed it. "Well, lad," the old soldier said, "this is a bad ending of our gold-seeking. Who would have thought that it was to be one's lot, first to be murdered on the altars of a hideous god, and then to furnish a meal to a race of savages?" "The furnishing the meal does not trouble me," Roger replied. "Whether one is drowned and eaten by fishes, or killed and eaten by Aztecs, makes, as far as I can see, but little difference to one. However, I don't quite make up my mind to the worst yet, Juan. They must have captured a great number of us, for I saw many carried off who are not here, besides a multitude of Tlascalans and our other allies. I do not suppose they will sacrifice us all at once, but are likely to take so many a day. In that case, we may have the luck to be among the last, and before our turn comes, the Spaniards may be masters of the town." Juan shook his head. "It is just as well to hope, lad, but I think the chances are next to nothing. Even if Cortez himself gets out safe, and the troops draw off without much further loss, it will be some days before they will attack again after such a maiming as we got this time. Even then, their chances of success will be no better than they were today. Worse, in fact, for we have lost something like a sixth of our force, beside what may have fallen in the attack from the other side. Put it at a quarter altogether. Our natives will be dispirited by their defeat today, and the Aztecs will have gained in confidence. By St. James, but those fellows fight well! Who would have thought, when we saw them bowing and smiling when we first arrived in the city, and submitting so meekly to everything, that they would fight like fiends? Never did I see men so reckless of life. Pedro has fallen. I loved him as a son, but far better dead than here." "I am sorry indeed to hear that he has fallen, Juan. I feared that he had, for he would not have let you be captured had he been alive." "I don't give up all hope for ourselves. The Mexicans fight like heroes, but in the end we must win, in spite of their valor. Even if we do not take the town by storm, which I don't think we ever should do, if it were provisioned, we shall take it by hunger. They must be well nigh starving now. In another month there will not be a soul alive in the city." "You do not think there is any chance of our making our escape?" "Not unless wings could sprout out from our shoulders," Juan said, "and we could fly through the air. You may be sure these fellows will keep too sharp a lookout upon us to give us the shadow of a chance. Besides, if we were to get out, we could not go on foot without being detected." "You might manage, lad, with a dark night to hide your color, and with the aid of a native dress, for you can speak their tongue. But as for me, the idea is hopeless, and not to be thought of. No, no, lad, I do not delude myself. My time has come, and I shall bear it, I hope, like a man and a Christian." From time to time, Aztecs came in to see that the prisoners were safe. From their conversation with the guards, Roger gathered that the attack had everywhere failed, and that the Spaniards had retired to their camps. Late in the afternoon some priests entered. 2 of the prisoners were selected by them, their bonds cut, and they were taken away. Soon afterwards, the sound of the great war drum reverberated through the city. The Spaniards in their camps started arms on hearing the sound, but they were not long in understanding its meaning, for from their camps they beheld a great procession winding up the principal pyramid. Alvarado's camp, which was the nearest to the city, was a short mile away from the temple, and in the clear evening air the troops could see that there were 5 or 6 white figures among them. As usual, the victims were decorated with plumes of feathers, to do honor to their own sacrifice. They were driven along with blows, and when they reached the summit of the temple, were seized and thrown, one by one, upon their backs upon the sacrificial stone, which was convex, so as to give a curve to their bodies. The principal priest then, with a sharp stone knife, cut through the skin and flesh between 2 of the ribs, and plunging his hand into the orifice, dragged out the heart, which he presented to the figure of the god. The sight, distant as it was, excited the Spaniards to the verge of madness, and if it had not been for their officers, they would have seized their weapons and rushed forward again to the attack, to avenge the murder of their comrades. The feelings of the captives, as they heard the sound of the drums, the shouts of the natives, and once or twice caught the scream of agony of their comrades, were terrible. This was the fate that they, too, were to undergo, and men who had 100 times looked death in battle in the face shuddered and trembled at their approaching doom. Each day 2 of their number were taken, and the same terrible scene was gone through. Roger was rather surprised that he himself was not one of the first selected, as his height and figure made him specially conspicuous among his comrades. but he supposed that he was being one of those reserved for some special festival. Whatever the famine might be in the city, the captives were well fed, for it was a point of honor among the Aztecs that all victims offered to the gods should be in good health and condition. The guards were changed every 6 hours, and on the third day, in the officer over the relief, Roger recognized, to his surprise and delight, his friend Bathalda. The latter, as he entered, made a significant motion to Roger, as he caught his eye, to make no sign that he recognized him. The Aztecs, as usual, sat down in groups, chatting. They had no fear whatever of the prisoners attempting to escape in the daytime, and it was only at night that they exercised any special vigilance in seeing that they did not attempt to unloose their bonds. Bathalda presently sauntered up into the corner in which Roger was sitting. "How are my friends?" the latter asked, in a low voice. "Well," Bathalda replied. Cuitcatl explained to the young emperor the circumstances under which he came to know and assist you, and was at once restored to favor, and now commands a large body of troops here. I have not seen the princess. She is at the palace. Cuitcatl bade me tell you that they are working for you, and will rescue you before the time comes for your sacrifice, but at present the watch is too strict." "But I may be chosen any day," Roger said. Bathalda shook his head. "Cuitcatl has bribed the priests who choose the victims to leave you until the last, so you need not feel uneasiness on that score. Be patient and watchful. If any of your guard approach you and say, 'The time is at hand,' you will know that he is a friend. Act as he tells you. I dare not say more now." 10 days passed. Juan had gone, and Roger had been much moved at parting with him. More so, indeed, than the old soldier himself, who had kept up firmly, and was prepared to meet his fate, with contempt for his enemies, in the assurance that his death would be terribly avenged. Bathalda had not reappeared. As the number of prisoners had decreased, the guard had been diminished, and as there now only remained Roger and one other, and both were still bound, a single Aztec relieved the two who had, the night before, kept guard. He stood indifferently gazing through the loophole until Roger's companion fell asleep. Then he approached him and said, "The time is at hand. Tomorrow the other will be taken. The number will be made up from the other prisons. At night Cuitcatl will be outside. The door here will not be bolted. You will have but one man to watch you, but we know not whom he may be, and may not be able to arrange with him. If we do, he will give you the password. If not, you must deal with him. The man who will follow me is in the secret. You must unfasten your ropes while he is here, and he will aid you to do them up again, so that, while to the eye they will seem secure, they can be shaken off instantly. Bathalda and another will accompany you. I do not know who the other is, but I was told that you would understand." That other, Roger felt sure, must be Amenche, and his heart beat hotly at the thought that his dear princess would share his flight. The hours passed quickly. The next day the last Spaniard was taken, and no sooner had he been forced, struggling and resisting, from the chamber, than the guard who, since he had taken up his post 4 hours before, had made no sign to Roger, gave the password agreed upon. The latter rose to his feet and, with the aid of the native, unfastened the cords that bound his ankles together. For half an hour he paced up and down the chamber, to restore the circulation to his feet. Then the guard replaced the cords, but did it in such a way that, though they seemed as tight and secure as before, they would, at a slight effort, fall off, and leave him free. At 8 o'clock in the evening the guard was relieved. He had told Roger that he was to listen for the cry of an owl outside, twice repeated, and that upon hearing this he would know that his friends were without. Roger listened anxiously for the password from his new guard, but as it did not come, he concluded that Cuitcatl had not been able to bribe him, and that he must himself overpower the man. The Aztec placed himself at the loophole, and stood looking out, turning from time to time to see by the light of the torch, which was fixed close to where Roger was lying, that he was making no attempt to release himself from his bonds. It was not until nearly midnight that Roger heard the expected signal. No sooner was the second call given than he pulled the knot which kept the cords together, raised himself noiselessly to his feet, and sprang upon the Aztec. Taken by surprise, the man was no more than a child in Roger's strong grasp. In a moment he was thrown down, his cloth was twisted round his mouth, so as to prevent any cry from escaping him, and his arms were bound behind him with Roger's rope. Roger then took his sword and javelin and went to the door. As he had been told would be the case, the outer bolts were unfastened. Passing along a passage, he came to the outside gate. This was securely fastened, but Roger had no difficulty in scaling the roof of a building, leaning against the outer wall, and on reaching this he pulled himself up and dropped down into the street beyond. 3 persons were standing at the gate, and he at once made towards them. One ran forward with a little cry, and threw herself into his arms. The others were, as he had expected, Cuitcatl and Bathalda. The former saluted him warmly. "Thank the gods you are free, Roger," he said. "I have a canoe close at hand for you. Bathalda will accompany you and the princess. I cannot leave. I am an Aztec, and shall fight until the last with our brave young emperor. I hope, Cuitcatl, that when the resistance is over, as it must be before long, for I know from the talk of the guards that famine is among you, and that hundreds are dying daily, I hope that I may be able to aid you, as you are aiding me." "I care not to live," Cuitcatl said. "The empire is lost." "But there is no dishonor in that," Roger replied. "No men could defend themselves more bravely than you have done, and there is no disgrace in being vanquished by superior arms. I trust that you may live and be happy yet." "Let us not stand here talking," the young cazique said. "It is not as it was before. Then you might walk through the city at midnight without meeting with a single person. We sleep no longer now, but make nightly attacks on the Spaniards, and at any moment bodies of troops may come along." The little party moved forward, and in a minute descended the steps. Bathalda took his place in a small canoe lying there. "Here is a weapon which will suit you better than that sword and javelin," he said, handing him a war club, a heavy weapon with pieces of sharp-pointed obsidian fixed in it. Roger helped Amenche into the canoe, wrung Cuitcatl warmly by the hand, and then stepped in. "Go," the latter exclaimed. "I can hear troops approaching." So saying, he bounded swiftly away. Bathalda sat listening for a moment to discover the direction from which the troops were coming. As soon as he made out the soft tread of the shoeless feet, he dipped his paddle in the water, and the boat glided noiselessly away. It was not long before they emerged from the narrow waterway onto the lake, and then the boat's head was turned in the direction in which lay the Tlacopan causeway. Presently Amenche, who had been sitting nestled close to Roger, too happy even to speak, sat up and said, "Hush!" Bathalda ceased rowing. "There is a large canoe coming up behind us," he said, listening intently. "I can hear others on the lake beyond us." "We had better make into the shore again," Roger said, "and let them pass us." The canoe, however, was not very far behind, and those on board caught sight of the little craft as she rowed in towards shore. It was unusual to see so small a boat at night. The idea that it might contain a spy occurred to them, and they shouted to them to stop. Bathalda exerted himself to the utmost, but the canoe came rapidly up to them. As the command to stop was again disregarded, a volley of javelins was discharged. "We cannot escape," Bathalda said. "They will be upon us before we can land." "Cease rowing," Roger said. "Amenche, lie still, dear, at the bottom of the boat. I will deal with them." Seeing that the oarsmen had stopped paddling, the volley of javelins ceased, and the canoe, which contained some 20 men, ran alongside. As she did so, Roger sprang on board her. 3 or 4 of the natives were struck down in an instant with his terrible weapon. The others, as soon as they recovered from their astonishment, rose from their seats and attacked him. Their numbers were but of slight avail. Standing in the bow of the boat and swinging his weapon round his head, Roger kept them off, beating down one each time his weapon fell. In vain they tried to close with him. His great size and the suddenness with which he had attacked them acted upon their superstitious fears. They knew not what sort of being it was with whom they had to deal, and the terrible strength displayed, and the instant fate that fell on all who approached him, appalled them. Roger soon took the offensive, and, making his way along the boat, drove them back before him. At last, when more than half their number had fallen, the rest sprang overboard and swam to the shore. Roger had been wounded by 3 or 4 spear thrusts, but these had been too hastily given to penetrate very deeply. "I am unhurt, Amenche," he said, making his way forward again and stepping into the canoe. There was no reply. He stooped over as she lay quietly there. "She has fainted," he said. "Row on, Bathalda. You had best give me the other paddle. I can hear boats coming in this direction. No doubt they heard the yells." "Skirt along the shore. We shall be unseen close in, and if they approach us, can take refuge in a canal." But they passed along unnoticed. When they caught sight of the causeway, stretching away dimly in front of them, they again rowed out into the lake, and making a long circuit to avoid the canoes attacking Xoloc, the guns of which were firing hotly, came down on the causeway again in its rear. They were hailed as they approached, for the Spaniards were all under arms. Roger shouted that he was a friend who had escaped from the prison, and the Spaniards, in return, gave a shout of welcome. In another 2 minutes the canoe lay alongside the causeway. Bathalda sprang on shore and held the canoe, while Roger lifted Amenche up and stepped out. A dozen hands were held out to assist him to climb the slippery bank. His figure was known by them all. Many exclamations of welcome greeted him, and many were the inquiries as to the other captives. "I will tell you all about it directly. Bring the torch a little closer. I have a lady here who has fainted. We were attacked as we came out. The fight was a sharp one, and has scared her." A soldier brought a torch, and, as he did so, Roger uttered a loud cry. Amenche's face was bloodless, and her eyes were closed. But it was not this that had caused Roger's cry. There was a dark stain on her white dress, and in its center the feathered head of an arrow. While Bathalda and Roger had escaped the missiles with which those in the boat heralded their attack, an arrow had struck Amenche as she turned, when Roger sprang on board. So great was Roger's horror that he reeled and would have fallen, had not the soldiers standing round supported him. "I think that she has but fainted from loss of blood," Bathalda said, and Roger, refusing all assistance, carried Amenche to the fort through the ranks of the Spaniards, who were engaged hotly with their assailants in the canoes. He bore her at once to the chamber occupied by Marina. She was up and dressed, for the attack was a hot one, and there was no sleep in Xoloc. She uttered a cry of welcome and gladness as Roger entered. "I have escaped, Malinche," he said, "but I fear that she has died in saving me. I have brought her to you, as you are the only woman here." Marina took the girl tenderly and laid her on a couch. "I will see to her," she said softly. "Leave her to me, Roger." As Roger, blinded with tears, left the room, an officer met him at the door, and told him that Cortez had just heard of his arrival, and desired his presence. The general received him with great kindness. "It is something to see one of my comrades back again, Sancho," he said. "I hear how sad a misfortune has befallen you, for I suppose the lady you brought ashore was she of whom Marina spoke to me. She told me that she did not give up all hope that you might return, for that the princess whom you loved was in the city, and would, she was sure, do all that she could to save your life." "She did so, General," Roger said, "and I fear at the cost of her own. she and a noble young cazique, who was a brother to me when I was living at Tezcuco." "I will not trouble you now with questions," Cortez said, "but tell me, do you know whether any of the other prisoners are alive? Every evening we have marked that terrible procession to the summit of the temple. 58 have been sacrificed, but we know not exactly how many more remain, being ignorant which of our comrades fell and which were captured." "I cannot tell," Roger replied. "I was the only one left out of 20 who were in prison together. If they were taken in the same proportion from the other prisons, there can be but a few remaining now. I was set aside until the last, because the priest who had daily chosen out the victims had been bribed by my friend Cuitcatl." Roger hastened away as soon as Cortez dismissed him, and hurried back to Malinche's apartment. Her Mexican attendant, who was standing outside the door, opened it when she saw him approaching, and as she came up Malinche stole out, with her finger on her lips. "We have taken out the arrow," she said. "She is still insensible, but the leech thinks that it is from loss of blood, and hopes that no vital point has been injured. More than that he cannot say, at present. You had best have your own wounds attended to, now. I will have a pile of rugs laid for you, in this little room to the left, and will let you know if any change takes place. Do you think that there is any hope, Malinche?" Malinche shook her head. "I know not, Roger. I have already sent off to the mainland to fetch a leech famous for his skill in the use of herbs. Our people have many simples of which you know nothing in Europe, and they are very skillful in the treatment of wounds, much more so, I think, than the white men." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 22. Home. After having had his wounds dressed, Roger threw himself down upon the bed that had been prepared for him, and lay tossing for hours. Hitherto he had believed, and had often reproached himself for it, that he had not loved Amenche as she had loved him. She had loved him with the passion and devotion of the people of her race, and it was no figure of speech when she said that she was ready to give her life for him. Roger knew that, until lately, his love had been poor by the side of hers. From the time he had sailed from England to his first meeting with her, he had pictured to himself that some day, when he came to command a ship of his own, he would marry his cousin, if she had borne him in mind since he parted with her on Plymouth Hoe. This dream had faded away from the time he had first met Amenche, and when Cacama had proposed the marriage to him, he had accepted the offer gladly. His chance of ever leaving the country at that time seemed slight, and he felt sure that he should be happy with Amenche. Since that time, the girl's frank expression of her love for him, her tender devotion, and her willingness to sacrifice country and people and all to throw in her lot with him, had greatly heightened the feeling he had towards her. And he had come to love her truly, but still, perhaps, rather with the calm, earnest affection of a brother than the passionate devotion of a lover. But now he knew that she had his whole heart. If she died, it seemed of little consequence to him what became of his life. It was for his sake that she had risked everything, had left all, friends and home and country, and he felt that he would gladly die with her. Morning was breaking before Malinche came into his room. "She is sensible," she said, "and my countryman, who is with her, thinks that she will live." The relief was so great that Roger burst into tears. "Come with me," Malinche said, taking his hand. "We do not think she knows what has happened, but she looks anxiously about the room. She is very, very weak. but the leech thinks that if she sees you and knows that you are safe and well, it will rouse her and put her in the way of recovery. You must not talk to her or excite her in any way." Roger followed Malinche into her room. Amenche was lying without a vestige of color on her face, and with her eyes closed, and her breathing so faint that Roger, as he looked at her, thought that she was dead. "Take her hand and kneel down beside her," Malinche whispered. Roger took the girl's hand. As he did so, a slight tremor ran through her, as if she recognized his touch. Then her eyes opened. "Amenche, my darling, do you know me?" Roger said, as he stooped his face close to hers. Her face brightened suddenly, and a look of intense happiness came into her eyes. "Oh, Roger," she whispered, "I dreamed that they had killed you." "I am safe and well, as you see," he said. "They have hurt you, darling, but you will get better, and we shall be happy together. You must not talk, but I may stay by you if you will keep quiet. Drink this first," and he handed to her a cup that the Mexican doctor held out to him, and, placing his arm under Amenche's head, raised it and poured the liquid between her lips. Then he laid her head down again on the pillow, and, kneeling beside her, held her hand in his. She lay looking up into his face with an expression of quiet happiness, occasionally murmuring, "Dear Roger." Presently her eyelids drooped, and in a few minutes her regular breathing showed that she was asleep. The Mexican doctor placed another cup of medicine within Roger's reach, and murmured in his ear, "I think that she will do now. Give her this when she awakes. I shall be within call if I am wanted." Amenche slept for some hours, and Roger, overcome by want of sleep, and from the anxiety through which he had passed, dropped off many times into short dozes. He woke from one of these at a slight movement of Amenche's hand, and opened his eyes at the moment that she was opening hers. "What has happened, Roger, and where am I?" she asked in wonder. "First drink this medicine, and then I will tell you," he said. "You remember, dear, we were in the boat together, and we were attacked. An arrow struck you, but I knew nothing about it until I had reached the causeway and found you senseless, and brought you here to Malinche's room. And she and one of the doctors of your country dressed your wound, and now you have been sleeping quietly for some hours." "Oh, yes," she said, "I remember now. I was struck with an arrow. It was a sharp pain, but I did not cry out, for you had need of all your strength and vigor. I lay there quietly and heard the din of fighting, and at last, when I knew that you had conquered, I felt a faintness stealing over me, and thought that I was dying. And then I remember nothing more, only it seemed that, in my dreams, you came to me and knelt by the side of me and kissed me. And now I know that that part is true, and I have been having such happy dreams ever since." "But why should I lie here? Cannot I get up?" "No, dear, you are weak from loss of blood, and quiet is necessary. Lie here a minute. I will fetch the leech in to see how you are." The Mexican was sleeping on some mats outside the door. He at once came in and, after examining Amenche, pronounced her decidedly better. Malinche, who had given orders that she was to be informed as soon as the princess was awake, came in a minute or two, and a consultation was held, when it was decided that Amenche should at once be taken from the fort, which was crowded with soldiers, as well as exposed to the din and turmoil of the night attacks. Malinche went out and soon returned, saying that she had spoken to one of the Tezcucan caziques in alliance with the Spaniards. He had at once offered to receive Amenche at his palace, which was situate but 3 miles from the end of the causeway. "I cannot leave Roger again," the princess said, when she understood what was proposed. "There is no thought of your leaving him," Malinche said kindly. "Roger is to accompany you. He needs rest and peace almost as much as you do. Besides, he has been seriously wounded, though he makes light of it. The cazique has sent off a messenger for a party of his people to meet you. A boat will be in readiness to take you across the lake at sunset. You will be carried in litters from the landing place to his palace." This program was carried out, and by 9 o'clock that evening Roger and Amenche were both settled in luxurious apartments in the cazique's palace. Cortez, now recovered from his wounds, prepared for a fresh advance, which was this time to be conducted in a different manner. Against so stubborn and active a foe, the advance must be irresistible, steady, and continued. In future, no step backward was to be taken. Every breach, every canal, was to be filled up so firmly and solidly that it could never again be disturbed, and for this purpose every building, whether a private house, temple, or palace, was to be demolished. It was with the greatest reluctance that Cortez arrived at this determination. He would fain have saved the city intact, as the most glorious trophy of his success, but his experience showed him that with every house a fortress, every street cut up by canals, it was hopeless to expect to conquer it. The Indian allies heard his intention with the greatest satisfaction, for there was ever in their mind the dread that, should the white men depart, the Aztecs would take a terrible revenge upon their rebellious subjects. Enormous numbers of men were assembled and provided with implements for the work. This was steadily carried out until the whole of the suburbs were leveled, and a wide space round the city left open for the maneuvers of the cavalry and the play of the artillery. Before making the last attack, Cortez tried once more to persuade the emperor to yield, and sent 3 Aztec nobles who had been captured in one of the late fights to bear a message to him. He told Guatimozin that he and his people had done all that brave men could, and that there remained no hope, no chance of escape. Their provisions were exhausted, their communications cut off, their vassals had deserted them, and the nations of Anahuac were banded against them. He prayed him, therefore, to have compassion on his brave subjects, who were daily perishing before his eyes, and on the fair city, now fast crumbling into ruins. He begged him to acknowledge his allegiance to the sovereign of Spain, in which case he should be confirmed in his authority, and the persons, the property, and all the rights of the Aztecs should be respected. The young monarch would have instantly refused the terms, but he called a council to deliberate upon them. Many would have accepted them, but the priests threw all their influence in the scale against it, reminding the king of the fate of Montezuma, after all his hospitality to the whites, of the seizure and imprisonment of Cacama, of the massacre of the nobles, of the profanation of the temple, and of the insatiable greed that had stripped the country of its treasures. The answer to the Spaniards was given in the form of a tremendous sortie along each causeway. But the guns of the Spanish batteries and ships drove the assailants back, and the operations of destruction went on. Day by day, the army of workers leveled the houses and filled the canals, although the Mexicans made incessant attacks upon the troops who covered the workmen. For several weeks the work continued, while the wretched inhabitants were fast wasting away with hunger. All the food stored up had long since been consumed, and the population reduced to feed on roots dug up in the gardens, on the bark of trees, leaves, and grass, and on such rats, mice, and lizards as they could capture. The houses, as the besiegers advanced, were found to be full of dead, while in some lay men, women, and children in the last stage of famine. And yet, weakened and suffering as they were, the Aztecs maintained their resolution, rejecting every overture of Cortez. At last the division of Alvarado cleared its way into the great square, and a party, mounting the great temple where so many of their comrades had been massacred, defeated the Aztecs who guarded the position, slaughtered the priests, and set fire to the sanctuary. And the next day the division of Cortez won their way to the same spot and joined that of Alvarado. 7/8 of the city was now destroyed, and with the exception of the king's palace and a few temples, all the buildings that had, when they first saw it, so excited the admiration of the Spaniards and had made the city one of the loveliest in the world, had been leveled. In the portion that remained, the whole of the Aztec population were crowded. Their number was still vast, for before the siege began, the people from many of the surrounding cities had flocked into the capital. Pestilence was aiding famine in its work, and the Spanish writers say that, as the troops advanced, the bodies lay so thick that it was impossible to walk without treading on them. Again and again Cortez endeavored to negotiate with the emperor. Although so reduced by weakness that they could scarce keep their feet, the Aztecs maintained their defiant attitude, and the advance of the allies recommenced. The Aztecs fought as bravely as ever, but they were so weakened that their missiles were no longer dangerous, and their arms could scarce lift their weapons. It was a dreadful carnage. The Confederates, panting with hatred of the race that had subdued and so long humiliated them, showed no pity. And even when Cortez ordered that quarter should be shown to all who asked it, the allies refused to be checked, and the work of slaughter went on until the Spanish trumpet sounded a retreat. During that day alone it was calculated that 40,000 persons had fallen. That night a mournful stillness reigned over the city. In silent despair, and yet with no thought of surrender, the Aztecs awaited their fate. The next morning, August 15th, 1521, the troops were formed up again, but before ordering the advance, Cortez obtained an interview with some of the principal chiefs, and persuaded them to see the emperor and try to induce him to surrender. But the answer came that Guatimozin was ready to die where he was, and would hold no parley with the Spanish commander. Cortez still postponed the assault for several hours. Then, finding delay unavailing, he reluctantly gave the order for the attack to recommence. As upon the previous day, it was a mere slaughter. Many of the Aztecs sought to fly in canoes, but these were cut off by the fleet. Presently, however, while the butchery was still going on, the welcome news was brought that Guatimozin himself had been captured by one of the vessels. With him was his wife, the beautiful Princess Tecuichpo, a daughter of Montezuma, and 20 nobles of high rank. The news of his capture spread rapidly through the fleet and city, and the feeble resistance the Aztecs still offered ceased at once. Guatimozin was brought before Cortez, and behaved with a dignity and calmness that excited the admiration and respect of the general and his followers. The next morning, at the emperor's request, Cortez gave permission for all the survivors of the siege to leave the town, and issued strict orders, both to the Spaniards and their savage allies, that no insult or injury should be offered to them. For 3 days sad processions of men, women, and children, worn out with fatigue, wasted with fever and hunger, and in many cases scarred with wounds, made their way along the causeways. The number of men alone was variously estimated at from 30 to 70,000. The losses during the siege were also placed at varying figures by contemporary writers. The lowest estimate was 120,000, while some writers placed it at double that amount. The higher figures probably approximate most nearly to the truth, for the population of the city, in itself very large, was enormously swelled by the vast number of persons from all the surrounding cities, who took refuge there at the approach of the Spaniards. The Spanish loss was comparatively small, the larger portion of it being incurred upon the day of the destruction of Alderete's column. The loss of the allies, however, was very large, as they were not provided, as were the Spaniards, with armor, which defied the missiles of the enemy. Of the Tezcucans alone, it is said that 30,000 perished. The amount of booty taken in the city was comparatively small. and the army was bitterly disappointed at the poor reward which it reaped for its labors and sacrifices. There can be no doubt that the Aztec treasures were removed and buried before the approach of the Spaniards to the city. Indeed, during the siege, the Aztecs constantly taunted them with shouts that, even if they ever took the city, they would find no gold there to reward their efforts. The defense of the city of Mexico has been frequently likened to that of Jerusalem against Titus. In each case, a vast population, ignorant of the arts of war, resisted with heroic constancy the efforts of a civilized enemy, and succumbed to hunger and disease rather than to the foe. The fate of the Aztecs befell them because, while a conquering people, they had enslaved and tyrannized over the nations they subdued, extending to them no rights or privileges, but using them simply as means of supplying the pomp and luxury of the capital, and of providing men for its wars. Even the cities of the valley, the near neighbors of Mexico, were kept in a galling state of dependence, and the result was that the whole of the Aztec empire broke up at once and fell upon its oppressors as soon as the coming of the Spaniards afforded them the opportunity for retaliation and revenge. Had it not been for this, it would have needed a force many times as numerous as that of Cortez to conquer an empire so extensive and populous, and composed of peoples so brave and fearless of death. Terrible as the destruction of life was in the capture of Mexico, the Spaniards were not open to blame for it, except in the massacre of the nobles, for which conduct Cortez was in no way responsible. The war was not conducted with the cruelty that too often distinguished the warfare of the Spaniards. Cortez had certainly no desire to destroy the beautiful capital of the country he had conquered for Spain. The prisoners taken during the siege and the people who came out and surrendered were always treated with kindness, even when the Spaniards were maddened by the sight of the daily sacrifices of their countrymen by the Aztecs. Again and again during the siege, Cortez endeavored to induce the enemy to come to terms, and after the fighting was over, the whole of the survivors were permitted to depart unharmed. A fortnight after the fall of Mexico, Amencia and Roger were both convalescent. Amencia's wound had, after the first day, caused but little anxiety. She had fainted from loss of blood, and from the effects of the long strain which she had undergone from the time that she had heard that Roger was a captive in the hands of the Mexicans, and destined for sacrifice at the temple. Under the influence, then, of happiness, and of the care and attention she received, she was, in 2 or 3 days, well enough to get up and go into the adjoining room and sit by the couch of Roger, who was prostrated by fever, the result of imprisonment, anxiety, and his wounds. For a time his life was in danger, but after the crisis had passed he too recovered rapidly. Malinche came several times to see them, and a warm affection sprang up between her and Amencia. "What do you mean to do, Roger?" she asked him one day, when she found him alone. "I mean to marry Amencia at once," he said, "and to go back to Europe, if possible, without delay." "I have managed that for you," Malinche said. "I spoke to Cortez yesterday. The city cannot resist many days longer, and after that we hope that there will be no more fighting. At any rate, I told him that you were so shaken from what you had gone through, it would be a long time before you would be fit to carry arms again, and that you desired greatly to go to Europe for a time. And he has consented that you shall go down to the coast with the first convoy of wounded as soon as the city falls. Of course he has given consent for your marriage with Amencia, and said, when I asked him, that she had fairly won you. He says that, if you return hither, he will give to Amencia a wide portion of her brother's dominions. I did not tell him that it was little likely he would ever see you out here again." During the next fortnight, Roger instructed Amencia in the outlines of the Christian faith, and, the day before the convoy was to start, 3 weeks after the fall of Mexico, Father Almedo received her into the church, and the marriage ceremony took place. It was attended by Cortez and most of his leaders, and by many of the native nobles. Among them, Roger was glad to meet Cuitcatl. He was one of the party who had been captured with the emperor, and had been at once released by Cortez when the latter was informed by Malinche that he had befriended and released Roger. That evening the two friends had a long talk together. "You will be happy," Cuitcatl said, "and will come in time, in your home, in your own country, to look back at this terrible time as a troubled dream. I do not mourn for Cacama or Maclutha. They are fortunate in escaping the troubles that yet remain for my unhappy country. For I well foresee that the Spaniards will gradually subdue those who have served them so well in their campaign against us. Their allies will in time become their subjects, until the whole empire of the Aztecs will lie prostrate at their feet. But whatever happens, I shall take no further part in it. I have fought by the side of the Aztecs against my own countrymen. I have done my best to save our nation from falling under the dominion of the Spaniards. I shall retire now to my estates and devote myself to them. Cortez has given me a paper, signed by him, saying that I, although fighting against him, saved the life of a Spanish prisoner who was the only one of those captured who escaped being sacrificed, and that, therefore, he orders all Spaniards to treat me with kindness and consideration, and confirms to me and my heirs to all time the possession of my estates, free from all takes or imposts whatever. Malinche obtained this document from him, and has induced the treasurer and chamberlain also to affix their seals to it, and she says that it will be undoubtedly respected. As you know, Roger, I should long ago have married my cousin, who was one of Maclutha's ladies-in-waiting, but we deferred it until these troubles should be over. I have been to Tezcuco today, and we shall be married at the end of the week, so that I have every hope of leading a quiet and happy life, and think that, in the end, these troubles will tend to the happiness of the people of the country. As a Tezcucan, I can acknowledge that the Aztec tyranny was a heavy one, that the people were sorely oppressed. The wholesale sacrifices at the temples, now abolished forever, were the cause of constant wars, and I think that when the Spaniards once overcome all resistance and establish a firm and stable government, the people will be happier than they ever could have been under the Aztec rule. What has become of Bathalda? He accompanied us here, and then went off to your estates, saying that he should collect a few of his friends and occupy your house, to see that none took advantage of the troubles to plunder it. I recommend him to your care, Cuitcatl." "There is no occasion to do that, Roger. He has been a faithful servant and friend, and shall in future be my right hand." The next morning Malinche came to say farewell to them. "How much has taken place in the last 4 years, Roger," she said. "Then I was a slave girl. You were a captive in a strange country. What scenes we have passed through since then! I am sorry indeed that you are going, Roger," and the tears came into her eyes. "You were my first friend, and I have loved you ever since as a brother. I shall miss you sorely indeed. However, I know that you and Amenche will be happy together. Princess, I have something of yours," and she held up a heavy girdle. Amenche gave a cry of joy. "I missed it," she said, "but I thought that it must have fallen off in the boat, or as Roger carried me thence to the castle." "See, Roger," she said, holding it out to them, "this is my dowry. I told you I should not come to you a penniless bride, but I have thought lately that I was mistaken. Maclutha, when she died, gave me all the jewels we carried away from the treasure room at Tezcuco. I selected all the most valuable ones and sewed them into this broad girdle, which I put on under my things on the night when you escaped. Its loss has grieved me. though you said that the 2 little bags you have already would suffice to make you rich. Still, they were Maclutha's, and I wanted to give you mine, but I could not think what had become of the belt. I found it on you, Amenche, when we loosened your robe to examine your wound, and put it by to give to you or Roger, whichever might recover, and now I am glad to hand it over as your joint property. I have already returned Roger his own 2 little bags that he had given me to take care of. And now farewell to you both. You will think of me sometimes in your distant home in England?" And Malinche, bursting into tears, hurried away. The journey to the coast was an easy one, as the sick were all transported on litters, carried by native porters. The bracing air of the high land did much to restore the strength of the sick men, who had been suffering much from the terrible heat of the valley. The officer in command of the convoy halted them for a week on the Tlascalan plateau, in order that they might get the full benefit of the cool air, and by the time they reached the coast and were carried on board ship, Roger felt his strength fast returning. A comfortable cabin was assigned to him and Amenche, as Cortez had, at Malinche's request, written a letter specially commending them to the care of the officer in command of the ship. The voyage to Spain was a long one, and before the vessel arrived at Cadiz, Roger and Amenche were completely restored to health and strength. Roger's success, indeed, had been beyond his wildest hopes. The 2 bags of jewels, and those which Amenche had brought away with her, would suffice to make him a very rich man. He had, too, an assortment of the finest Mexican stuffs, which Malinche had given him as a special present for his friends at home, and he had a bar of gold of the value of 1,000 pounds, which was his share, as one of Cortez's bodyguard, of the gold found at the capture of the capital. He had learned, from a vessel which was spoken as they neared Spain, that England and Spain were in alliance against France, and he had no doubt, therefore, that he should find English ships at Cadiz. His heart was gladdened, as the vessel entered the port, by seeing the English flag flying on several vessels in harbor. As soon as Roger and his companions landed, they were surrounded by an eager crowd, all anxious to learn more of the capture of Mexico, of which a swift vessel, sent off as soon as the city fell, had brought news 6 weeks earlier, and Roger had to tell the story of the siege a dozen times over. As soon as he could get free from the crowd, he went to a money changer's and obtained Spanish gold in exchange for his bar. Then he purchased, at a clothier's, a suit of garments of Spanish fashion, and, putting these on, was able to move about without attracting observation. Amenche did not disembark until after nightfall, but Roger's first care after landing was to purchase a chestful of garments fit for a Spanish lady of rank, and to send them out to the vessel. Having sent these off, he made his way down to the port, and, inquiring among the sailors, found that an English ship would sail on the following day. Hiring a boat, he went on board. He determined to maintain his character as a Spaniard to the last, as he would therefore avoid all questions, and it was accordingly in that language that he arranged for a passage for himself and his wife, the captain taking him for a Spanish gentleman having business with the court in London. Having settled this, Roger returned on board, and, late in the evening, was rowed with Amenche to the English ship, which was to sail early the next morning. The wind was favorable, and the ship made a quick passage. The captain and sailors amused Roger by their comments on his appearance. Never, they agreed, had they seen a Spaniard of such size and strength before. "He stands 6 feet 3 if he is an inch," an old sailor said, "and he is as broad as any man I ever saw. He is never a bit like a Spaniard in appearance, with his blue eyes and light brown hair. If you were to put him in good English broadcloth, and teach him to talk like a Christian, no one would dream he was other than an Englishman. The Spaniards generally have solemn faces, but this chap looks as if he could laugh and joke with the best of us. One could almost swear that he understood what I am saying now." Roger was several times tempted to say that he did understand, but he kept his counsel. As soon as they landed near London Bridge, they went to an inn, and when the sailors who had carried his trunk for him had left, he addressed the landlord in English. "Can you direct me to a clothier where I can obtain suitable clothes?" he said. "I have been staying in Spain, and having been wrecked and lost all my outfit, had to rig myself in Spanish fashion. I also wish to purchase clothing of English fashion for my wife." "I thought you were an Englishman by your looks," the landlord said, "though the fashion of your clothes was altogether foreign, and you speak, too, with a strange accent." For indeed Roger found the English words come with difficulty, after having for nearly 6 years spoken nothing but Mexican and Spanish. "I have been some time away," he said, "and have been talking with the Spaniards until I have well nigh forgotten my own tongue." 2 hours later he was attired in the fashion of a well-to-do merchant, and Amenche made, as he told her, the prettiest wife merchant ever had. They stayed for a week in London, Amenche being greatly amused and interested in all she saw. At the end of that time, having purchased a stout horse and a sword to defend himself against any robbers he might meet with on the way, Roger started to ride down to Plymouth, with Amenche behind him on a pillion. 6 days after leaving London, they entered the town, and Roger, having seen Amenche comfortably bestowed at the principal inn, took his way to the house of Master Diggory Beggs. The latter was in his shop, and came forward bowing as Roger entered it. "What can I do for you today, good sir?" he said. "I have goods of all sorts and kinds, Italian work and Spanish, silks and satins and velvets." "I would have a talk with you alone, Master Beggs. I am the bearer of a message from an old friend of yours. If you will grant me a few minutes' talk, we may do business together." "By all means," the merchant said, thinking that such an introduction offered some important transactions. "Will you be good enough to follow me?" and he led the way upstairs. Dame Mercy was sitting at work with her youngest daughter when they entered the room, Diggory saying, "Please to leave, Dame. This gentleman and I have business of importance to discuss together." "There is no occasion for you to leave us," Roger said. "My business is not so private, but that you and Mistress Agnes may hear us." "You know my daughter's name?" Dame Beggs exclaimed in surprise. "The gentleman comes with a message from an old friend of ours," Diggory said, "and has doubtless heard him mention our daughter's name." "And Dorothy?" Roger asked. "She is well, I hope?" "My eldest daughter was married 3 months since," Dame Mercy replied. Roger gave an exclamation of satisfaction. "And so none of you know me?" he asked. "And yet you are but little changed, except that Mistress Agnes has grown into a young woman, whereas she was but a child when I parted from her." Diggory Beggs and his wife gazed at Roger in astonishment. Agnes stood up with her hands tightly clasped together. "It is Roger!" she cried. "Oh, mother, it is Roger, come back to us!" "I am Roger, sure enough, aunt," he said, stooping and kissing her, and then shaking hands with his uncle, and kissing Agnes. "And your father?" Diggory asked, "and the swan?" "It is a sad story," Roger said, "a very sad story, uncle. 6 years ago the Swan was wrecked on the coast of Tabasco, and every soul, save myself, lost." It was a blow for Diggory Beggs. He had, indeed, long since given up all hope of ever seeing his cousin Reuben, or of obtaining any return for the capital he had embarked on the Swan. But the sight of Roger had, for a moment, raised his hopes that the venture had, after all, been productive. However, he speedily recovered himself. "I am grieved to hear it, Roger, though in no ways surprised. For 2 years we looked for your return, but we have all, long since, given up hope, and written off our shares in the Swan as lost money. I am sorry for Reuben, very sorry, for I loved him like a brother." Well, do not let us talk about it now. You are restored to us safe and sound, and though the loss was a heavy one, and crippled me for a time, I have got over it. Now tell us, what have you been doing ever since, and by what miracle have you returned safe and sound?" "It is a long story, uncle, a very long story, but before I begin it, I may tell you that, though the ship and its venture were lost, I myself have returned by no means penniless, and can, indeed, repay to the full all the money expended upon the Swan and her outfit. Now I want you all to come round with me to the inn, for there I have left a lady whom I would fain introduce to you." "Your wife?" Mistress Mercy cried. "You don't say you have brought home a wife, Roger?" "That do I, aunt. She is a princess in her own country. But what is much better, she is the dearest of women, and all but gave her life to save mine." Mistress Mercy looked grave, and was about to speak, when Roger interrupted her. "I know what you are about to say, aunt. The thought of having a foreign woman for your niece is shocking to you. Never mind, leave it unsaid until you have seen her. But as we go, let us call in and see Dorothy, and take her on with us. I should wish her to be one of the first to welcome my wife." Dorothy was as astonished as the others had been when they arrived at her house with Roger, and cast a meaning glance at him when she heard that he had brought home a wife. "I know what you are thinking of, Dorothy, our parting on the Hoe." Dorothy laughed. "I meant it when I said it, Dorothy, and meant it for a good time afterwards. It was only when it seemed that I should never come back again that I fell in love with someone else, and when you have heard my story, and know what she did for me, and how much I owe her, and come to love her for herself, you won't blame me." "I don't blame you one bit, Roger," she said, frankly. "When you went away we thought we cared for each other, but of course we were only boy and girl then, and when I grew up, and you did not come home, and it seemed that you never would come home, as you say, I fell in love with someone else. And now I will put on my hood, and come round and see your wife. What is her name?" "Her name is Amenche," Roger said, "and Amenche I mean to call her. When she was christened, for of course she had to be christened before we were married, Father Almedo said she must have a Christian name, and christened her Caterina. But for all that, her name is Amenche, and we mean to stick to it. But come along. She has been an hour alone in this strange place already, and must begin to think that I have run away from her." Dorothy and Agnes were at once won by the soft beauty of the dark-skinned princess, and when, that evening, Roger told the story of all that had taken place in Mexico, Dame Mercy's last prejudice vanished, and she took Amenche in her arms and kissed her tenderly. "My dear," she said, "Roger has always been as a son to me, and henceforth you will be as one of my daughters." As to Diggory, his delight and satisfaction were almost too great for words. He was overjoyed that Roger had returned, vastly gratified that the money he expended on the Swan was to be repaid, and greatly captivated by Amenche. The princess could speak but a few words of English, for Roger had been afraid to commence her tuition in that language until they were safely in England, but she was greatly pleased with the welcome she received, and began, for the first time, to feel that some day she might come to regard this strange country as home. There was a long talk between Roger and his uncle as to the steps that should be taken. It was agreed that, now Spain and England were so closely allied, it would be imprudent in the extreme to allow it to become known that the Swan had sailed for the Western Indies, or that Roger had obtained wealth there, for if it came to the ears of the court, and such strange news would travel fast, it might well be that a ruinous fine might be imposed upon all concerned in the matter. Therefore it was arranged that nothing whatever should be said about it, but that it should be given out that the Swan had been wrecked in foreign parts, and that Roger, who had been sole survivor of the wreck, had settled abroad and made money there, and had married a foreign lady. More than that, it would be unnecessary to tell. The gems could be sent over, a few at a time, to Amsterdam, and there sold to merchants who would care nothing whence they came, and the partners of Diggory Beggs in the venture of the Swan would be only too glad to receive their money back again, and to ask no questions as to how it had been obtained. And so matters were carried out. For some months Roger remained in nominal partnership with his uncle, and then bought a large estate a few miles out of the town, where he set up as a country gentleman. He was for a time somewhat shyly looked upon by the magistrates of the county, who deemed it an unheard-of thing for a Plymouth merchant thus to settle among them, but in time he was accepted, especially after it became known that, when he went up to town, he held his place among the highest there, and kept estate and expenditure equal to that of many of the nobles. His wife was remarkable, not only for her beauty, but for the richness of her jewels, many of which were fashioned in such a way such as had never before been seen at the English court. As time went on, and the relations between England and Spain grew cold, there was no longer any occasion for secrecy, and little by little it became known that the Swan had sailed to the Spanish Main, that Roger had formed one of the conquering band of Cortez, and that Amencia was not a Spaniard, but an Aztec princess. This caused a great talk at the time, and added much to the consideration in which Roger was held. He took a leading position in the country, and, many years after, fitted out 2 ships at his own cost to fight against the Spanish Armada. Happily, Amencia's health never suffered from the change to the comparatively cold climate of Devonshire. She bore Roger several children, and to this day many of the first families in Devonshire are proud that there runs in their veins the blood of the Aztec princess. End of chapter 22. End of With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty.